Uh, Move this here. Adjust this. Am I live? I'm live! Hello Twitch and hello there YouTube. Today, we're continuing with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And, this is more for YouTube, but this won't come out until I finish all parts and sections of, episode 5, so it won't be out for a while. Because I like to have all those sections and everything just together, just to make it one whole VOD. What else? But yeah, that's really it. Today we're starting on episode 5 for the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, which is the first game. Then we do the second game after this one. Excuse me, my nose is kind of stuffy today. That's really about it, I think, for what I got in mind. Let me just change screens here, and then we'll go to this here. Make sure audio is good, actually. Good, alright. Have my handy dandy guide with me. Alright, cool. This is, yes, cool. And, do I put continue or? Yes! Question mark. Oh yeah, I got it.
ホームズの鋭い声が濃い霧の壁の向こうから聞こえてきた。私は霧のまとわりつく拳銃の撃鉄を起こして息を潜めて待った。永遠とも思える静寂、そしてその瞬間は突然訪れた。霧の中から見たこともない巨大な獣が私の目の前に躍り出たのだ。それは確かに犬だった。しかし明らかに尋常ではなかった。目はこうこうと燃え上がり、猛牛ほどもある体躯に獰猛な青白い炎をまとっている。血を這うような息遣いとうなり声、私はあまりの恐怖に震え上がった。見たまえワトソン、ホームズは魔獣を見据えて言い放った。こいつこそバスカビル家に代々語り継がれる伝説の魔剣なのだ。
Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In this consorting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur and unknown student of law from faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by the fateful telegram. I mentioned this. I'm looking at the guide, right? Because I'm like, all right, where are we gonna be at right now? And then it pops up, but not to hold those legal consultancy. Wow. April 15th or 15th April, 9:13 a.m. Telegram. That morning, I was woken by the reserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Move my phone. Okay. Susato-san? Yes! It is time to leave for court already. Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down for to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. I'm having a moment. She does, doesn't she? Once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in a fighting fit form. Let me see, what case is it today? Here we go again. Alright. Examine the shovel. The shovel. Oh. A spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material, and it's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. Hold up. Examine the shovel to get started on an achievement that requires all shovel dialogue to be unlocked. Chronicles release only. To progress the story, talk to... Okay. Is this now the debate of is the shovel a spade or is the shovel a shovel? You know? I'm not sure anymore now. I didn't even know what a spade was until they started talking about it. Guys, the fucking achievement name is called Ace of Spades. Shut up! Alright, let's see. Talk to Sasato. Okay, we got the first dialogue context for that now. The start of it. Converse. Telegram. What's good, Nico? How you doing? So what was it? What was it about? Telegram that was delivered this morning. I mean, oh, a telegram. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. Doing good, chilling in my bed. How about you? You know. Living life, struggling at its finest, but still trying my best to be a streamer that I want to do. You know, the usual. It was just a boring old telegram. Too real. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. Soseki-san. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after the terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. Fortnight ago, we had the very long telegram from him, do you remember, complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering what might have become of Soseki-san and had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean as regards Lord Van Zieks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into significance in that case. The Reaper. What is it they say that that no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps. Even if that's the case, it's a little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh. Yes, since Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then. Ugh. Just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry? What was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Alright. Oh, we're back on the bulletin board again. Oh, it's a progressive achievement. I was like, wait, because I didn't get the achievement last time, so I was like, damn, did I miss something of the board? But I guess now it's like we have to examine the board again. Okay. 15 April, Shom Suite. Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie. Susie? Susie? Good morning, Iris. Iris. What is it, Runo? What is that terrible noise? Oh. It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Hurley is in the best form this morning, it seems. My favorite character to play. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Something happened, Mr. Sholmes. You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. Huh. My analytical mind is dead, music is dead, the world is dead. Damn this blunt existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow, nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Kitty cat! Oh, look! It's Wagahai. Wagahai. Why does that sound familiar, Wagahai? Isn't that what Morgana kept saying at the end of his sentences sometimes? Good morning, boy. There must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? I assume Iris had to do something with it. Well, then we're in time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. Yo, you okay, man? Oh, I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Alright. First, let's examine. Fucking Iris. Alright. This is where Iris notes down ideas, isn't it? Let's see, what does it say today? Ah, the Buscombe Valley Mystery. Oh, how intriguing. Must be a title of Iris' latest work. Oh my. I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us. Susato-san looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you could imagine. This is where Iris writes down her notes. Let's see, what does it say today? Okay, so you kind of have to like check in and out of it, is what I think is what I notice. Okay. Fire is burning comfortably in a grate again today. It's a very different feeling into a Japanese hibachi somehow. Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's a woman. Oh, how exciting! That's supposed to mean something to me. For having examined the fireplace, Mr. Sholmes. That's a quick achievement. The woman. Iris. Let's talk to Sholmes first, and then I think we talk to Iris after this. Okay. Wanting to die. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin snug like the dawn chorus, its melodic tones would make flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even, through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever! No more recitals unbrightened emotion! Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Nettleholder. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, and the next, they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left? For pity's sake, what is left? Deduction perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? The missing machine. Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Mr. Sato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale its insignificance when compared to yours. You struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytical scope? That's the Windibax. That's the Windibax now. That's at Windibax now? Sorry, it's at a Windiback? Bank? No, Windy Banks. Windibanks. The pawnbrokery. Pawn. What? You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I have glad past what little income I have to you. Dear madame, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker was a wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of the pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is. It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbrokering works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? How pawnbrokering works. What do you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbrokering works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they received in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea this has been a fascinating lesson for us. So, like, they rent out their stuff, is what I guess is what they're talking about. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn. Should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So, whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windibanks, you see? A pawnbroker can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? I'm having a stroke today. I did just recently wake up. Listen, I sleep extremely late. I'm trying to sleep early. Of course, you have to watch Hurley. You have to watch Hurley with me. With it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Alright. Examine Iris. Whoop. Oh, look how cute Iris is. Okay. Mr. Natsumi's cat seems to have settled in to his new home then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Wagi. It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews are empty as the hearts of the muses. Mr. Natsumi had no intention of taking Wagi back to Japan. I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden on board steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Wagi is adorable. Hell yeah. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about that door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did it come from? Oh, you notice. You are observant, Rena. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What? What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. The cat flapomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats. That's right. It can make a cat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Wagi in seconds. And it can do it in any door at. I'm trying my best. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see? Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Hee 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 hee. Oh. Oh, what was that? Wagahai. What was that? Oh no. Wagahai's tangled up in your violin. I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I am now. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Pan left. So this is a violin, is it? Ow. It's a Stradivarius. It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, and Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down in a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today, has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music to tolerate this blanche existence? No! I feel Holmes right now. There is none! I think he's going a little crazy today. Mr. Holmes? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from the dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? Hmm? What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Oh, Susie's right. Yes, the tone of the woods is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called the viola. What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivar. So what, pray, is this piece of strangled flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris. This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Alright, Iris. What's the mix-up? What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windbanks until last week. At the pawnbrokers. Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There's a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth. Oh, what a wonderful idea. It's completely idiotic, but go on. Last week I pawned my grand endoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Winterback mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timber of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw! A fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fill you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. I say many things. He's like, listen, I say many things. Most of them I forget. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry. Crushing your toast with the bacon and expect fressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? Looks like he's back in spirits. Must visit Mr. Winterback's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Sato. Mr. Susato. I don't know where the other Sue came from, but Susato. Susato, right? He's like making sure. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crush your bacon with the increasingly vegan aspect to fresh your egg for even more obtusely. Alright. Say no more. Let's go then. He was like, alright, he's getting voice cracky, he's getting too high of a pitch. Okay, I get it. He's very upset about this. Don't worry, Runa, I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I'm rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker looks like. Shall we, my lad? Oh, my bad. Thought I was on the move. Baker Street to Winterbrook Sing. So where are we going first, though? Move to Windbreaker Pawnbroker. Okay. Cool. So this is a British pawnbroker. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? Get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Jones. We're calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Jones means business, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Jones, sir. Welcome back. Did you hear the that brazen welcome? Oh yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Winterback of our eerie. Come, the fight is afoot. Yes. Hello, Mr. Winterback. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Winterbank. The color of the wood is different, and it has holes in it, and it's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Miss Jones. I'm so sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable me, and an inexcusable mistake for a pawnbrokery. There's only one way to make amends. Fucking leaves. Oh my god! I shall take my whole life! I don't think that would be necessary, don't you? Do you? But may just say one thing before I popped off. Ah, yes. It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry. As I recall, I entered the store to fetch your violin, and when I heard, here it is. You did? And when I returned to, controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble and grouse any longer. May the guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. That fault is mine. Whew. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterberg, if evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of the more challenging customers. I need to remind you of a peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items. In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of the eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes, or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel. And unpublished. A story I have yet to read, you mean? Forgive me. Oh wait, before you die, you must tell me more. Unpublished story. You must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Sato-san is really fired up. They're really an unpublished story. Under this very roof. Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more. That's something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Herlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. I saw this Richard Holmes' latest tale of outworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Holmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? Continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings. Securely. Of course, sir, of course. Well, safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life. This is all very strange. This man is ready. I wonder, could I ask you something? Gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, this, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you sixpence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry. Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry is at its finest, may I say. Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokers are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. If in that time they pay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items I offer are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelf behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then? That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually, says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. Literally. Let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I'm doing a simple device which Mr. Windybank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? Ha. What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. I think that's how you say that. Every 30 minutes, precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Well, hello there, Sly. Hope you had fun at the wedding. I have a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop center. I developed a special type of film to so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image from in the darkness. Really, that's extraordinary. Yes, you could clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. Not dancing. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You must graciously place not one, but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. Afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, I have a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, no? My dear fellows, we verge on the age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windibank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not! Sorry? I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Windibank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. I'm just like, that is mostly not a good thing. Like, I'm just like thinking about that. Don't Mr. Naruhodo. Now we can explore at last. With all due respect. Examine. Look at an enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windibank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. Oh, the gun. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windibank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his poorly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd blow his brains out? Indeed, it recompense for his blunder. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Curtain. There seems to be a little door hidden behind the curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windibank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There's but one key, and Mr. Windibank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I'm a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for or nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder, and the prime suspect if the pawnbroker is ever burgled. Alright, what is the music thing he was talking about? This? Now what do we suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is a little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Ah! There's another holdo. You must see. Alright. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Ah. What the? I don't believe it. This is a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling. Is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madame. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at the present. We shall save the lesson for another day. Oh. Where's the music thing? Oh, is this what I think it is? Oh, but you can't really, like look at it. Music box. Where's the music box? Or am I not seeing it? Music box. This? An assortment of things that are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you can to imagine. Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially popped, an item, the broker loans your money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid if not. He is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Ah, yes. Now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simple by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasure university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit. I'm still struggling to find his music box. What's this? Don't tell me that's... Look at this. What could this lovely big shiny box be? That, my dear madame, is a music box. Yep. Surely you have such things in your own country. Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Oh, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music box you care to imagine can be played. What? What are the two of you going on about? My goodness, what a simple, delightful machine. I can only assume it's the lyrics, but I don't know what song is the two of you are like putting the lyrics down to. Indeed, though, the popularity was waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Huh. Science is now advanced at such an overwhelming pace. We got the shelves, so now we could go here. We got stereoscope, calendar. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April, today's date. Bands and song titles and possible lyrics. Which one's a song title? We should be saying shit? Truly, you guys do. But hey, you at least give me something to see in the chat. Yes, it's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for tearaway fellows such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without payment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Dead assery. Small machine. Oh. Small machine. This? Oh, this. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch just here. Look. We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Holy... What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair. You know it. I don't want to do this voice. And the article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over there by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it? I've seen it, all I need to see, young girl. Ah. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognized her. Oh yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilda's trial 2 months ago. Gina, right? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. The Chancellor earns her crust among large crowds of relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Gordon Bennett, you lost! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. What? You remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us. Now to eat. Come to pub that black weasel. Sorry, Avia. What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Good day, unless good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher, Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see that article. I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need your help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, and I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. Oh. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc. And you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Sato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Gina. Pawnbroker's... Gina shares that she's a regular customer. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? Somehow I didn't really think you were the sort of person who used pawnbroker, use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong there. Probably got into on a dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. Chevy Chase, by the way. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. But not this time, alright? I swear, that thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about it. Examine Pop Windibank. My good sir. Miss Lestrade's disc. Mr. Windibank, what exactly is that metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box. In a music box. What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern law ain't too savvy, huh? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. The small protrusions of the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and the beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us what tune is on the disc. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box. You see, British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which peculiar machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. That's it in a nutshell. Wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies that you told me he did. He said it was well. He who? Never you mind, it just ain't right. That's all. This is worth good money. I know it is. Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker, won't you? Ah. He's been in before, of course. This little Demolion. What a saying. I see. You brought some dubious articles or rather other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about this disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage trinket. Ah, storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. Well, what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank. Oh. The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Oh. What? What's wrong with it, with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about this then? How does that come into all this? Ah, this is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I agree a price. New article to pawn. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I had understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put that thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? You mean this, and yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up, I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. Doesn't really appear to be your size. My old man, it's my old man's, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of the way, please. Yo, aren't you fancy McGee out here? Who's this picture postcard, English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies. Gentlemen. Hello. What's your problem, eh? There's no problem. As long as you remove yourself, I have a matter to discuss with the perpetrator. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious I ain't done talking with him yet? You think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Huh? Who are you, and how do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel? Wastrel? And needless to say, I'm sorry. First of all, a fucking JoJo pose as Sting, and then kind of looking at the top hat, Caesar Zeppeli type vibe? What the fuck is happening right now? And music box this too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's my old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. I love Mark DeMarco. Who do I talk to first? Talk to Gina, okay. Gentleman's accusation. Miss Lestrade is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? The ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again. I thought to myself, those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. And oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these black slum scoundrels. Mac DeMarco. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at the dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen some, Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence naturally. You what? I guess the evidence. Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh? I never ask customers' names. That is a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. I listen to a lot of J bands. Like I listen to a lot of like J artists and stuff like that, like Japanese artists and stuff. But I do have some English ones. I'll tell you what my English one is right now. Joji is mostly the one I listen to a lot for like an English artist. I do have some like bands that I listen to since I was a kid, since high school. So like Pierce the Veil, I listen here and there. My Chemical Romance, Green Day. I also like a lot of like 70s to 80s bands. But the J artists that I listen to a lot: Asian Kung Fu Generation, Eve, Polka Dot Stingray, Otto. Who else do I listen to? Oral Cigarettes. Those are like the ones I can think of off the top of my head right now. But yeah, I'm like an all-around type of guy. The only things you won't catch me listening to would probably most likely just be country. You could say I wouldn't listen to like rap like that, but the only rappers I would actually like kind of like a lot would be like Eminem and like older generations like Tupac, Biggie Smalls. A lot of like older generation rappers is who I like more. I do not listen to like current day rappers, because if anything, most of them are mumble rappers at this point. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, but it's quite simple. Yeah? I don't know who that is. Good sir. Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article without a doubt. A watchword, interesting. So about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank, as I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sherman, that wasn't. Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, the description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. I have supplied you with the information you required already, but for the avoidance of doubt. The article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With the watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But ow! Really, this is beyond a joke now. There are no further room for doubt. Oh! Did not mean to top that. Ah, I see. So someone I don't care about. Understood. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh, yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Not gonna lie, the man started with a dance move and then went into this fucking pose. I was feeling him. His inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Sasato Mikotoba, Jesus. I am Miss Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes. Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict, huh? Alright. Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. Alright, relax. My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Every movie makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching them. Alright, Gina, relax. Oh. We got a bot! Sly, do you see that bot, or can you not see it? Because if not, then I just have to, do it myself. Let that be an end to, the matter. If Nico sees it, then I think he would see it. There you go. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egbert Benedict, sir. Get out! With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the content of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. I was looking for the bandvine. Diver? Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc. Oh, oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Say who, eh? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. I liked him better with his white coat. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to the style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oi, you, just take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off of me again. So you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this so important to her? Good night, 10. I'm knocking myself out. 10 was on purpose. Okay, buddy. You have a good night's rest, man. You there, in the black livery. Hand this to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. But what do I do? How am I going to resolve this? Am I? Oh, I was just confused of where the fuck I was. Alright. Penright. Who's gonna protect the city from villains? Chat from bots. It'll be me. I kind of want to get Sly a little bit used to doing that, and also seeing if he sees when a bot appears, because I can't see from his perspective of like on the thing. So that's why I kind of like just ask Sly to do it if he's here. If not, then I just do it myself. Examine Sholmes to talk to him. Choose to listen to deduction to begin Sholmes. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. My man's been eating caramel this entire time? Okay, alright, if something, I will start screaming. Don't worry, I always have chat on my left screen, so I always see it. You found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Falls asleep. Sorry. That young pickpocket sent me on my way. I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partake in a jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but it was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in the desolate place. Whilst as you shrewdly observe, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Fuck, I wish I had some caramel. I haven't had caramel in ages. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know? Yes, I've overheard much of your conversation. The store's not really that big, I tell you. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you solved the entire case once again. My dear madame, sometimes I wonder. Were my genius for deduction to be, commentated? I don't know if I said that word all right. How much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it'll help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Listen to the deduction. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away! Not an hour later! Harsh. Oh, who pray tell are you? Mr. Egbert Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritable encyclopedia array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. This is precisely the pain expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes Logic Reasoning Spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. I always love these. These are my favorite parts. Mystery Man's Aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the streets. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand, yes, what brought you to this shop is the staff recruitment flyer. Piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize the man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there's no ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutch to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had the cane for years. A contradiction of which I speak of is, of course, the missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick is to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion: the rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Something wrong. And in your recoiling, you evidently felicitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind the rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. Well, walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I? What walking cane demands such a stout handle? Mused I. Oh, he's saying like this is his thought. Then he goes, amused I, as in like I asked, like in myself. Okay. But of course, as I said, this is a no walking cane. No, that rod. Is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir! A wickedly calculated crime. Tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. Alright, great crime. the second half. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. But we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in planning. You okay, sir? This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel. What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there's an ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter, to which your eyes were inevitably drawn. The letter gives the notice of public works to be carried out into in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works, beneath the shop runs a sewer that adjoins another. Oh my god! Sorry, I'm like burping. Adjoins another one that runs underneath the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway. I don't know what that weird, way I say ground. Oops, I made a mistake here. Hold up. Sorry, I'm like tapping my phone real quick. That flows in very close proximity to the great value of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan! What a twirl. Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vaults of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. What the fuck are you talking about? Let me present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. Postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you're quite lost me. Currently, the final stage of the preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete the centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vaults of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, a considerable crime you have been contemplating. In the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Yet you revealed it to everyone in this room. You not only revealed it to Benedict, you revealed it to me. Well, I'm a lawyer, so I guess that's okay. Susato, who's also helping me. What was his name? Windabank here. And Gina, the thief. You seriously just revealed that to everyone in this room. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the pawnbrokering puzzle. Ryunosuke's like, Sholmes, about that top secret police information, you kind of just, it kind of got revealed. Mr. Sholmes, what's up? He just kind of goes into an English, like he's just like already like cool. What, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective wrecked with loneliness. Would you not agree? Was it true that what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me it is a strictest confidence. But you just... Yes, thank you! But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact. I need a tissue for my nose! I got boogies. Oh my god. And if it's such a big secret... Oh, I mean, it's such a big secret. How would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There could be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it's because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you reveal the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't. Maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. On my life, I assure you, I'm not so scrumptious. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost care. Yeah? Alright, I'll admit that was a bit irrational for me. But hey, one can never be sure that someone privy to secrets will disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out. Have to think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Well, then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to the great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. All right. At the first prompt. Herlock showed magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. It does that automatically, I forgot. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers is gain access to money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at a particular point in time? Oh, look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. The detailed description, Miss Lestrade. Goodness. There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. I love the little sketch with the little dot eyes. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Hold on, my glasses are a little bit smudged. Just cleaning my glasses. I'm trying to see if I can read. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th April. Which is today's date. Glasses. There you go. A little bit no smudge now. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all the information scrawled on the back of the piece of paper? Info to Miss Lestrade. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. I would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Mr. Lestrade, and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbroker here. You originally told us that you had merely given a chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is this information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, but by which I mean here to Winterbank Pawnbroker, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is an ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you are winningly clutch. Oh yeah. What's a ferrule? Is a metal cap commonly found on the end of the cane, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, the bit that makes the nice clinking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly, and Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. Sorry, I'm like burping still. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't, though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Present it? Oh, examine and present it. Look here, Mr. Sato. There are some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, that must, those must be the, initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes, would be HS. You mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously, oh, AG. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? Could it? The contradiction of which I speak of course, the initializing. The most astute observation, what do you say, Mr. Egbert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? This is information we already have. Alright, let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. We know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is, what? Is untrue. I read that shit weird, in my head, like when I saw it first. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Ah. Oh, I meant to examine it, but it's fine. The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key of understanding this riddle, you see. Ah. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly, I said boldly, okay, and so boldly wayland this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. to steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Winnebank. Whoa, 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 whoa. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. The abscond with a redeemed item. Alright, second one. Okay, there you go. Oh, perfect. We're coming to the end of this this part. Now, Mr. Van, let us continue. Yeah, we know about this. Just skip to like where we're going for dialogue. I love how fast he did that. There you go. Wait, no, a little bit further. This is when he gets like a question mark. There you go. I think in the actual game on DS, you have to actually like examine the things like on on your own. It doesn't automatically go into this like segment. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers, which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Winnebank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it the other way, if you did know the word, Mr. Winnebank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Wouldn't it be... Examine the notelet. Look at this, Mr. Sato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Winnebank has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Winnebank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him, right before their eyes. And an alarming, clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets we might find. It's all good, Mr. Sato, don't worry. This method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on the notelet he has to hand. So then he consults this ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of an article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Winnebank. When the diligent broker had made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. Man, you were calculated. You were like premeditating whatever you're fucking doing. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawn article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan! Are we back on the regular dialogue? Yeah, we're back on the regular dialogue again. There you go. Alright, the last thing. Let's see. Examine the back of the music box disc. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc. That was in one of the pockets. Which, according to Mr. Winnebank, isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went to such a length to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain him to Naruhodo. Could we really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence we collected so far. Oh my god, what could that mean? Oh shit! From Mr. McGilded. Oh, and there's a little scrap of paper stuck into the reverse side of the disc. Look, and a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For Mr. McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be! But it is Mr. Netherholder. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? Okay, so... Now we can present it, right? You see, this music box, this tells us all we need to know. What's that? On the back. It reads, from Mr. McGilded. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of surplus. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. He was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to the pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the last Magnus McGilded. But the late Magnus McGilded. Ugh! Great crime. To acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Solved. You guys are not even a good duo! Fucking just put this picture. Me and Slundy. Me and Coffee. Like, me and Slundy on Fortnite. Like, he's my duo, bro. If I'm gonna play with anyone, it's like, I need him. And like, I'm just like, bro, just help me out right now. Like, to fucking get some shit out the way. If it's not Fortnite, it's Final Fantasy 14 with Coffee. And like, me and him, like, play a lot, and we do a lot of, like, you know, dailies. We do some trials. We do some, like, a lot of shit for 14. But yeah, it's just like, that's how I do my dual stuff. Well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Mr. Sato. Well, according to what Mr. Winnebank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat would have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is the 15th April, so 2 months ago today. Would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. Are you the one who murdered that man? You are of course of liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose, however. Oh fuck! He's got a gun! I must insist you hand over the music box now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? You do the one, okay. I'ma be strong! There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, I may not. Mr. Winnebank! This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Good God, man! Just aim the gun at him! Mr. Winnebank, no! Alright, that's enough. Oh, thank God. Inspector Gregson! Inspector! That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, huh? Oh, praise be! You're here at last! I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. You need a therapist to talk to, bro? It would seem you have the upper hand. Yeah! You think? Yeah, give us the call back, you bitch. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty augury-boggery. Petty? Mr. Winterbank very nearly met with his end. I love how it's Winterbank. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole brain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What on earth is this case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter. It's nothing to do with you lots. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat out of us too! Sir! Motherfucker did a twirl and escaped! There's been a spat of deaths at pawn shops around here recently, so we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried when they were there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, to Mr. McGilda down to the yard. Thank you very much. To hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. This is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to Mr. McGilda has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to copulate. It's all yours, Inspector. And so we handled Mr. McGilda's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And we're summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. To be continued? Yep, okay. Alright, we're set up. 15 April, Baker Street. See? That's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. Sorry, I'm still drinking my coffee. Oh, really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Well, mine, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me... Yeah, the D let me keep it after I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on, then have it," before telling me to scrap her. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mine. That music box disc. But Mr. Winterbank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash, give him a long, hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Winterbanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Winterbank. But this is mine, and I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in this coat's pocket. And this should be something else at all. That's what that rotten cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too. Whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Huh? Ours would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. Nota. Nota? Oh. Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Something? Oh dear, she's gone. I've revealed on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well done. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guests at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry. I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting. What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later then. Store for rent, by the way. Go back to the Shome Suite? Yep. Ah, Susie, Runo. Come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always. Or busy as always. I am preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on, hehe, you'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Jeannie! Isn't that exciting? What a surprise! Yes, that's a wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate, are you, Mr. Nerdholo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Shomes up to? Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Shomes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. Felt that. I felt that, Ryu. I felt that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, really, he behaves just like a child sometimes. Hurley does. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face? Oh no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? How? How did you... Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book. Literally, I think Ryunosuke has expressions on his face where everyone could just tell what he's thinking. Ah, this girl is dangerous. It's not just her, bro. Alright, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Okay, before that, though. Oh, does this... Oh, it still counts. Okay. Converse. Jeannie. So, by Jeannie, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after the trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, so now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down... and I chase after her down the back alleys. The fact that she pulled the fucking gun out. I don't know what that device does, but yeah. Interesting idea of friendship. Then I let her have the latest color smoke grenade I've developed. Oh? There are so many beautiful colors in the world, Genie wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for you to arrive. It's been too long since he last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does actually come. Living with Sholmes. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, or haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? Oh shit, she got serious. My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mystery cases together. You didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really, he recorded them all. So, you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father. Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. That only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up and found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me, that's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. Cyrus's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. It's so crazy seeing her like kind of serious at times. It's like, oh god. I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, must have done. It must have done. It must have done. Wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouth sometimes. Right. Anyway, so she has like just a keen eye for like the slightest misconception of an expression. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. I always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. The very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. Say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. Okay. I was like, did I say John? I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. Her last name is supposed to be Watson, I believe. Because that's the whole thing about Sherlock Holmes and Watson. I don't know what Watson's actual like first name was. That's what prompted me to right. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn doctorate, 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 something like that. Doctorate as well. Iris' father, who went to some distant land and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Wait! Victim's name was Dr. John H. This is recent? Oh, no. Oh, what's happening? That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yumei University. And the man who, in the most bizarre circumstances, lost his life just before he left Japan. The connection is crazy. Mr. Sato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you! Eek! Mr. Sholmes! Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Huh? Huh. Well, no matter now. How the devil are you? We've, been with you for the most of the day. Goodness, really? You tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? Hmm? My violin? Whatever you're talking about, dear madam. Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. He's like short-term memory loss, I think is what's happening. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilda's disc. Oh my. Then, what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny. Holmes, that is a crime! Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. Bruno could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened. I think. She just nods knowing what I said in my head. Alright, Sholmes, what's up? The music box list, what you got? I don't understand. Sorry. I'm sorry if you hear me sniffle or like I'm like nasally sounding. Again, my allergies are really fucking with me. Once my allergies hit is officially spring. It hit yesterday. So yeah, I'm just dying of my allergies and it's like the worst. I don't understand, how did the desk come to be in your possession? Or the disc? I know Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. That's a bar karma, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. You will humor me, my dear fellows. Cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilda down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh yes, of course. Please demand something as evidence, my dear fellow. We have no choice but to capulate. It's all yours, Inspector. Well, the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did. But I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed this into a... What? I pressed the disc into a pair of bars like this. That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Oh, that was Ryunosuke saying that, right? Yeah. Indeed, the caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. Fucking, I want a caramel like that right now. That just sounds good and delicious. How extraordinary. I want caramel now. Fuck. I want like something with caramel. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key for example. A simple press in its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to recreate this. I confess I was more curious to know that what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. The music on the disc. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes, what music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea. None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Good, since you don't know, Runo. We learn about the music box. Ooh. Is this... I want to say it's one of the, not the press, but the, what's it called? The cross-examination, testimony, right? Like, I think that's what it's called. Theme? But I don't know which one it is. It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if it is. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making it different notes. I want one of these, like so. Square Enix's merch shop, or like, you know, where they sell like all their merch and like all their like music figures, all that shit, right? Like disc, vinyl and shit. They have music boxes. They have Nier music boxes, and they have Final Fantasy music boxes. Bro, I want that shit so bad. Alright. The first music boxes to be invented using a rotating cylinder with the protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which used discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide all around the globe. Why exactly? Because these are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the music of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with the insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music boxes this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. Does sound atrocious. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes I ever made in Europe. Every single one! That's Hurley for you, always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes. That's certainly true in the worst case. I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Magnus McGilded. Magnus McGilded, not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since the Greasley case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows till now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash, not a shred of evidence remained. With that man's death, and with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. Only McGilded kind of knows, right? And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet solved. Indeed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Jeannie will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes. You may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of the outworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Incensed? Okay. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom gathering dust. My dear madame, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than the bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Harley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be an occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that, Bakersville story, Hurley? Baskerville. Baskerville. Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Ah. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie? What did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, the Hound of the Baskervilles, has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. Well, that's why the manuscript is at Whitney Banks. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait! Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, just wait there, Genie. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Alright, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendes... I don't know how to say that. I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome, is it then? Gatito. Hello, Wagai. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. Awesome! Now for the sad stuff, or whatever. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah. The one that arrived first thing in the morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice Office's, Lord Chief Justice Office. Lord Strongheart has asked me to see me. Lord Chief Justice? What? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh no! That won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I should find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is making me feel very uneasy. Oh? Oh, who could that be? I wonder. Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris. Hello again. And Gina, too. Yes, Jeannie's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Jeannie? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. Give me 1 second just to rearrange my seat. Okay. Well, not rearrange the seat, but to reposition myself in the seat. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Jeannie showed us, wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques. We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? Damn, they must have had real... That, you know, in this kind of, like, time period, there must have been, like, nothing much to do besides, like, you know, if someone knows how to play an instrument, you'll be listening to them, you're having dinner with friends, and it's just like, y'all just hanging out and talking. You could do that now! But it's just, in this modern age where technology is just, like, connects everyone, it's like you hang out more online compared to in real life. But That's more for people who are like very far apart, like someone who lives across the country from you or on to another country on like the other side of the world, you know, something like that. It's like that's where you can connect with friends more in an easier tone or easier way. I don't know how to really pronounce say the way it is. But like if you live, but it's like you could also connect with friends who are living in the same state as you or like, you know, area as you. But you don't only have to be online. You could be like offline and just hang out and touch grass, you know? Unless your whole group is full of gamers, so you know you don't touch grass often. But yeah, it's just like you can enjoy your the people that you do like to be company with, you know. I think I've awakened. Sorry, I think I've awakened a natural talent I could earn a living from. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it. You can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. Hold on. Let me clean the nose, the schnoz real quick. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Genie? I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about that manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. The manuscript. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but... It's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This, mantle script, or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's. That's right. I didn't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases? Is that how you're supposed to say it? Or mysterious? Strange and mysterious cases. Yeah, that sounds better. Together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. The Hound at Baskervilles. Alright, so this Hound at Baskervilles story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. Why is my finger like being annoyed? That's right, I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. Oh my god, I'm trying to read it. Oh, okay. That's right, I thought it was fascinating, but it's different somehow from the other cases. I mean, oh, how? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way, because after I'd written it and showed it to the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet, and it was the first time I've ever seen him like that. It's strange to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any any circumstances. Well, why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say not now, so please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. Watch this be the second game that they tell us what the manuscript is. That's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat. That does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean, that's what it is. Keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. He's a big open book. So honestly, if he says something like that, yeah, he's probably like, I can't talk about this right now. I'll tell you one day, I promise. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? I don't think that. Bruno, what are you doing? Look, I'm not gonna steal nothing, alright? It's all junk anyway. Charming. I suppose I should engage our guests in conversation, really. Where are you, Gina? Your parents. I realize that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any. Have I? Never did have. Oh? Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born. Not even our moms. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones. And make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah. Diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. That's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? Why do you always remove the H out of your fucking words? And that's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents. I mean, I always thought I'd make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. What? It sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, you know you never had them. You don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. How old is everyone? I know that Phoenix and, or not Phoenix, Ryunosuke and Susada might be like same age. I think, yeah, like, Ryo is gonna be like, what? I think he's 17 right now. I think, yeah, I think, they were both 17, and then she was 16. She's 10, I know that. 17. Egbert Benedict. That's his name, Egbert. Or Eggert. Eggert Benedict. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that manuscript or whatever, right? Well, come on. That's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really an old Windibank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that, I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that Mantis script ain't at Windenbanks. You soon see it if you add a look. Even if you think you can trust them, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. We're done with part 2, though, which is interesting. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Only about, like, near an hour. Come along, Genie. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. How can you tell the time? We had a clock here? And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night, then, Iris. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris. It sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night, too, Naruhodo-san. I'm left alone with my thoughts. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Who do we discover that killed him? It was a woman, right? Or some shit? Mr. Naruhodo? That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's, Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina. She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris' room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Mr. Sato. Yeah? Breakfasting? Okay, whatever. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home. But I've been waiting for an hour, over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. You'll indulge me. Look out of the window, my dear fellow. Alright, I'll look out the window for you. What's this about? Baker Street. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windenbank's pawnbroker. Mr. Windenbank's? Oh no. Simple. That store was really an old Windenbank storeroom. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, couldn't know about it. Sorry, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. We're just seeing these. Could you have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no. No, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Mr. Sato! The door to Windenbanks is open. And the lamp is burning. Must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come. There's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go! Right. Bang! Bang, bang! Blast. I've lost them. Hello, hello, what have we here? Alarm was just raised from the pawnbrokers, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot! With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibanks. Oh, shit. Oh, this is the cutscene. I like the outlining. I just realized that.
大丈夫ですか？僕は大丈夫だ。心配ない。それよりもあの扉の向こうだ。早く。
Windibank! Ah, poor Mr. Windibank. To be continued. Alright, before we investigate to the next part. We only streamed an hour. Less than that, to be honest. This feels like a short part. I'm not gonna lie. The way I'm looking at, like, the scroll wheel thing, it feels like it might be a short part. Fuck it. We roll with it. I'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. After them, go! Right. Behind that door in the storeroom. Hurry. It's Gina. Gina-san. From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lounging at 222-1B. I think that's how you're supposed to say it, right? You say like the first numbers and then you say the after thing. Ugh. Oh, Iris. She's so small. A telegram came, but all it said was wait at home. Oh yes, we asked one of the policemen to have sent it. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Jeannie were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I explained everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. But before that, let's talk about this. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Bruno, that's not a spade, it's a shovel. You're a shoveler. You're a shoveler, are you? I had a feeling you'd pick me up on that. Oh no. A pick is something else entirely. Now I dug myself into an even deeper hole. So let's just progress the debate is it a shovel or is it a what's it called? He just said it. A spade, yeah. So it's a debate between if it's a shovel or a spade. Let's continue the achievement for that. Men's at Windibanks. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did. Well, I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibank's in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Jeannie? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Jeannie wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. Show situation. So where's Hurley then? So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? You really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered the Windibanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot! No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at, St. Sinners. They're tending to him there. I must see him. At once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate it, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Angel Sholmes? With the 2 thugs who were in the Mr. Windibank's shop, they shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid, and I just froze. After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone, and I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. They got away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Iris is so wholesome, I love her. Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. Miss Sato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. Gina's arrest. I don't understand why they arrested Jeannie. It's not fair. What about the 2 thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is also horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposit articles. The storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no. According to the detectives who investigated afterwards. Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room. Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well, what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. Felt that. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of murder. I don't want to leave her alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison, Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget, we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. Men and Ernest would appreciate you going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Alright. We could go to downstairs, I believe. And then we could examine the thing. This is also for the achievement. This is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? Let's see. What does it say today? Ah. The Buscombe Valley Mystery. We visited Buscombe Valley recently for a picnic, you see. But I forgot to bring the tea. So when Hurley became thirsty, he decided to drink from Buscombe Pool. He gave himself an awful tummy ache. Oh dear. Hurley sat there miserable as he can be in the field of flowers after that. Just like when you saw him yesterday. That really is an unsavory tale. Okay. Got that one added to the books. Alright, now we can move to St. Sinners. Hurley! Oh. He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. Not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that, baby or not. There's no question that it was fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, hello. What have we here? This ward is off limits, no visiting. So what are you doing in here, huh? Well, I'll have you know. We're Hurley's next of kin. Huh? Oh. Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver has a mysterious family. Has a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, I'm sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he is currently in Operation Theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since I went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh! I've heard a report that a gentleman claims that he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Huh. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Alright, we can move. Just to take a quick check. To the prison! Yeah, we're kind of going through these real quick, actually. I think it's 4 parts for the investigation. Let me just check real quick. Why? Oh, I was about to say, why am I here? Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's 4 parts. I think part 4 would be a much longer segment. Hey, Gina. Hello, Gina. How do you still have that with you? How have they not confiscated it? It's us. Relax, cease fire. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish she wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Genie, I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? You'd get lost. Don't be like that, Genie. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot at someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. Now if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay me hands on hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Genie, I'll be in court tomorrow. They said some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Genie? Legal representation. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? You wanted me to sign some papers, representing papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me cause I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? That's how it's always been for me, growing up in the back slums. My whole life. If you do what grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. We need to get you a way to pronunciate words. I'm tired of needing to guess where's an H or where's a D. Can't trust no one, that's the point. Soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, tomorrow trial I could forget it. Genie. Don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. What happened? You told us what happened, Gina. Last night at the pawnbrokers. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in on me, and you know the rest. We don't. That's why we're asking you. Well, why, Genie? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and after the time, you don't even get nothing. That really why you broke into the place? What? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, huh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit difference. Please tell it, Genie. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me. Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest one in the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? What do you mean before, Gina? What? What do you mean? What did you mean before, Gina? When you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. You're gonna want to question me now. Genie, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. It's a white kitty. Photographic print of a really adorable cat. Found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. Wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Genie. White cat photograph has been added. I think I could examine it. Haha! Look on the back of the print here. There's something written on it. 13th February, oh, this is the 2D art style of, Iris. Iris looks really cute with this one. This art style. 13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited 1 small box. I woke up. What's good, Sly? Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket. 13th February, that could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder of the omnibus, wasn't it? A small box that doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Bruno, where Mr. McGilded still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. If it's something Mr. McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. That's about it for this whole situation. Pawnbrokery, the pawnbrokery. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Let me scroll this down a bit. We got Gregson here. Since I'm free tomorrow, maybe I should work a little bit in Uber early morning. You do Uber? This is where it happened then. Last night. That's right. That's right. The 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But if I work tomorrow, it'll be my very first time. Ah. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Boy, I heard that. Hey, Gregson. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. Huh. So I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed at least. Sammy let the 2 rogues get away, mind. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assign extra men to beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Ah! Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming! I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see how he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runo's fault for that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is a police job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are my manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice refreshing fruit juice? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me. If you like some. Man, just fucking chug that shit down. It's like Giorno, bro. Fucking straight up just took it. Ah, lovely. Very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. Damn, every time he has fish and chips, bro, I kind of want some fish and chips, to be honest. I never tried them. I know they're fries. Like, they're like, you know, like steak fries, as in like the potato wedges type shit from Europe. I would like to try it. I think that it's just fries, right? So, I want to see what the difference is. If any difference, you know? It's potatoes. It's always gotta be potatoes. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case. Very simple case, this. there's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to charge her. That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Baileys tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the? And you're going to put them on the stand as the witnesses, are you? How could you? How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Mr. Sholmes? Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Cleaning my nose out. Oh, the fish and chips. Like I know they're just fries, but like from Europe, like London, Europe, you know. And I'm just like, I would like to try some. I mean, they're still potatoes, but you know, I want to see if there's a difference. So I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know? I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all. Oh? Man. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Felt that, truly. Felt that, truly, times 2. Oh, no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. The Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They gotta stop that bleeding. But he will be all right, won't he? They'll be able to make him better. Of course, your ladyship. He'll be as red as rain before you know it. Same, times 3. Really, how do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course. Yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. I report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. Operating theater, that's what they call it, huh? I couldn't help but noticing, Inspector. What? How it is, Sunshine? Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny! I'm a copper and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right, you do treat us differently. It's because of those Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes stories. That's why. Oh. I crop up in, don't I, Inspector Tobias Gregson? Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know, what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Sholmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. And you blame me. All it takes is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson, no, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? Too real. The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. But that would never happen, Grexy. Every month when the new Randus magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Pinky's up, pinky's up. Ah, lovely. How very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Total. Oh yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? Surprised that you didn't call me something else. Got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. Important message. Wonder what it could be. The important message, please. Are you going to tell me what the important message is, then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about the young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. You have to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey to go and meet her there. And to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why does Susie have to go to see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I better head over to Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. And that's about it for this little segment here. Move! Alright, almost done with this little segment here. We got like this part and then the prison part. And then next week we'll continue this. Sorry, I was looking at my title for a second. I was like, wait. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness of somehow. You think this place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust. Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good, there's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Wait, what did he just say? You return to your homeland? Sato-san! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was that? What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why were you talking about Miss Sato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Jeannie's trial? You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Mr. Sato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? You've been very secretive for like a minute. Like, what's going on, bro? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no. Professor Mikotoba. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikutoba, Jesus. I'm a professor in forensic medicine at Yumei University. Received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. It seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. 50 days is crazy. 50 days is crazy. 2 months about? That's crazy. That it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. Sorry, cleaning my nose. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. Can't believe this is happening. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. My grandmother needed me to open a jar real quick. I wasn't sure if she was knocking. She doesn't knock hard on the door sometimes. Sometimes she does knock a little bit harder. But we're okay now. She just needed me to open a jar. Good evening, dear Nico. Hello, welcome. My mic is on, right? I hope it is. Alright. Genius trial. Low-key cannot understand or fathom what they're saying. What are you talking about? Did I miss everything? Mostly, yeah. So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court. Yeah, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. You already missed the who got murdered. You missed who's being, you know, who's being charged, all that shit. I mean, you'll get by it soon enough. No, not even 24 hours later. Gina. Ah, the Let's Trade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes? And all too suspicious? An all too suspicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. Not wasting time, Jeannie would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. In defense of your fine services to late, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave, now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminal will tell the most palatable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters. Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Well, I mean, he's more European, Magneto. Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. The only Japanese people here are Susato and Ryunosuke. Everyone else is just English. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart, which is... It's Miss Lestray's trial. Miss Lestray's trial. Whenever you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry. I beg of you to stop calling whoever Sasuke. Please. It's for my own sanity. The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and the defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? And I question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her a local prison. At the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Gina charged with murder. Sato-san about to leave. Yeah? Come, Mr. Naruhodo, Iris, we must make haste. But Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are no consequences. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Yeah, where you at, Sly? Do your job. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her a well before I leave. Mods, ban them. Why would you want to torture yourself by playing DMC2? No one likes DMC2. Nah, there's probably like the select few. The 5% of DMC fans. Yes, it sounds like a good idea. Let's go. One day, whenever I get the collection of 1, 2, 3... I'll play 2. Just to shit on it. No. Like, Nico, like, seriously. DMC2 is so bad, not even Dante could save that game. Like, on some real shit. You know how bad it is? Is that when you look at the recap, like, story thing for, on DMC5, literally, like, it skips over it. It'll be like, it'll give it a sentence compared to every other thing it was recapping. It literally is so bad that the developers are like, fuck this game. DMC2 is so bad, like, you have no idea. It's so terrible. It's so funny that it's just a one-line sentence of what is DMC2's recap. I'm telling you, I'm gonna play that one day, and I'm gonna just be shitting on it all fucking time. Well, eventually, yes, I'll do a We'll do all the DMC games again, because I did the DMC playthrough of 3 and 4 a long time ago, and I wouldn't mind replaying it again. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Sorry for the just a conversation. Just drop. Prison. Alright, the last part, and this is where I'll call it after I finish this little segment. Literally, Capcom does not want to remember DMC2 because of how bad of a sequel it was. And then 3 3 made such a comeback for the series, honestly speaking. 1 was great because it was like, oh, it was supposed to be a Resident Evil game, but then they made it into its own game. That's why it has a lot of like Resident Evil kind of like look style to it, like how the way it plays and shit. And then 2 happened, and that was a fucking fire all of itself. And then 3 comes along, and then 3 made the entire series such a blessing because it literally is where the start of everything happens. In quotes, start of everything what happens. But like the beginning of like how Dante was just like, you know, what he was doing, and like him eventually getting into his devil trigger and all that shit, you know, like he got his whole powers. And then the reveal of Virgil being his brother, this whole thing, you know? Isn't he every time? I mean, she's got a point. Hello again, Gina. What are you lot here for now? Have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look. You could come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruto believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. Sorry, cleaning my notes again. Well, somehow you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault! Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the fate they've insisted on. Insisted in you. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Genie? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruto and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a Jujutsu assistant. No, I have not heard a game called Lord of the Fallen. I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but it is something to do with what happened 2 months ago, something about that trial. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. Ah. The case of the mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is all about? Yeah, you're right. Because, in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? The trial 2 months ago. Like I said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got a hold of me, and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilder was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. Bro made the Punisher that was punished. Fucking, what a line. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. Go on. It was pitch black in the little cubby hole. I couldn't see a thing, and then... Jesus. Hey, yo! I heard that loud thud, like someone fall on the floor, and that's when Mr. McGill discovered you. Yeah. Yeah, he pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at him, at me hands, I'd have Cove's blood all over him. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands. In other words, it was Gina that was a witness on the roof deck. Saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGilder started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you? How? He made me swear about what I seen and what I heard. And about what he was gonna do after the Cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about it, any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scrap her before the copper showed up. Scrapper. You know, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. You said Mr. McGilder made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, but Mr. McGilder's sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but... It was when I heard the thud of the Coves hitting the floor, I let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. McGilder heard that and dragged me out by me arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what he'd been stabbed. A disc all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one with the D took off me at Windibanks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long, McGilder spotted it straight away. Picked it up smartish and stuffed it inside his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me I wanted to mutter a word of it to no one. What you heard? Because it was so dark under the seat in the cab, I was straining my ears to the whole time. After a while, I heard a door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably, that was Mr. McGilder getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I couldn't definitely make out the footsteps of two people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilder and the victim, Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, McGilder claimed that he slept during the carriage ride. Yep. Whenever in the carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina supported his. All I could hear was the snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilder and the victim knew each other. McGilder was lying, as I suspected. Punk ass McGilded. I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilded told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. Two cops from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right. And after they'd gone, McGilded asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor. Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat off mine and deposit it with the nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Correctamundo. Yep, you got it. It was Windibank's. The coach snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. Then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions. You have a hearing problem if you heard that, and you're also down bad. Also at that point. What were McGilded's conditions then? Well, letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything. About what I saw and what I heard. Wow, okay. There was something else as well. Listen, man, you said it. I'm just telling you what I feel, and what I hear is the truth. There's more. Yep. This is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did he hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye, the fiend's taken me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker's hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windibank's, so it is, and you're to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and any old fiend could come along and buy it. Huh? But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5, that should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now if you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. A few days from now, you'll be visited by the police. I've no doubt. The coppers. Aye. They'll come asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that ye might say, and what is it that ye won't? Yeah, I treat my mods fairly. What's your point, Sly? I treat my mods like they're my friends. So, there you have it. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it, got as far away from there as I could. Hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGilded planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. I bet you're ready to stir me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some croakers. Thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew every fiend what went on to the backstops. Who was the English translator for this? Because honestly, why make it so difficult to read? I'm already having trouble with bigger words. Please. He knew he had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGilden would have, in a heartbeat, he could have had the lot of us chased out of there if he'd wanted to. And then where could we have gone? Nowhere, that's where. So I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, Go on, admit it. What? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork, or we can't investigate. The police won't let. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot. You see? You what? Hurley's been having a big operation right now, Jeannie. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, and is that it? Something like that. Mr. Sato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing. I got you, homegirl. Poor Jeannie. She seems so lonely. Alright. At least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes. And perhaps we can come back to visit Jeannie when we're done here. Or done there. Done here? There? Yeah, whatever. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now, it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Can't stop us investigating. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. To be continued. Let's see, will this take, I don't know, 3 hours for just one part? Or will it be... Hey YouTube, we're back. Ah. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers to Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Ah, my fucking knee. Here you are, Gregsy. Here's the representation papers. Your ladyship! How? Ah, my fucking knee. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my knee right now. I don't believe it. How the devil did you get the stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work. Sorry, I was like checking my knee real quick. Cool. How did that go? I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special one designed to relieve fatigue. Made $30 in 4 hours. Is that a lot in your terms or not a lot? Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yeah? Cool. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. In my currency, I made 125. Oh, okay. It'd be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then. Do as you please. You know where it happened, though? You know where it happened? Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina.
Right, well, we've been getting back to business then. We've been investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector. If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. What I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, Sunshine. Come then, let us not waste any time. Yo, I hate my allergies, because one, sometimes any pills that I take are literally not working. There's only been one pill where it at least does something for the entire day. And that's like Allegra D or some shit like that. But it's expensive because, you know, medication, expensive, whatever. But what else? But yeah, like any other pill, I'll just be like, it like barely works. It like works, but like not for a good amount. Then as well as wait, huh? I'm so confused with it. What am I doing? This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. Makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Stereoscope. Oh, this thing. I'm fairly sure that this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope? Really, this is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in three dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there. Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. And there are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. Wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Okay. Examine the calendar. Ah, look here. Ah, yes. A bullet hole, and I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. I mean, you don't really need to watch his stream. You could just, like, be like, yeah, that's cool. And then, like, you're pretending to watch. That's just a dick move, though. Presumably, Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well. She can't watch both, can she? Especially if she's on mobile, because it's like a whole problem. Not like a problem, but like, you know, it's not... It doesn't work like that. But Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry. It's all there in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? I feel like so drowsy right now too. That's what my pill does to me, where I get drowsy. And my allergies also do another effect of like, hey, you're gonna be tired all day. Ah, did I write something like that? Partially in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often, and it's quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it at once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? Something like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it. You see, when it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Oh. The color of the bloodstain has changed. There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle of different people have different types of blood, you see? Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Guinea would say it's bleeding great. So whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to in a flash. More like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. Okay. What a brain rot, like, segment. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have region left, sure. Okay, so we did that. Pan left. Examine the counter. There's an article ledger here and Mr. Winnebank's notes, and what's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us. Did we see this before? I feel like I'm being experimented on. That's funny. He's just running tests to see, like, what's your attention span at. 15 February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15 April, 10:30 p.m. Horrible, it's ruined. Gentleman overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think. Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Jeannie redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to Mr. McGilder. You're like trying to overload your sensory factors or whatever the fuck it's called. Overload sensory, some shit like that. I forgot what it's called. Where like everything is on for you, and it's like to see if your attention span attracts to whatever makes a single sound. It's like you're testing yourself at that point. Sensory overload. I think that's what it's called. Overstimulated? Overstimulated is kind of different. Sensory overload is where, like, you know, she's applying everything on her own, which could be overstimulated, but at the same time, it's like, it's on a more, you know, on her part. Overstimulated, I feel like you don't have control over. That's not gonna be a cure to short attention span. If anything, it's just enhancing it at that point, where every little sound you just turn to. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Winterbank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have to hand. This photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh yes, you're right. Very recently. The same as the one Jeannie gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Like, get it out. Alright, let the cogs turn. Exact print. Yes, they are exactly the same. Like, honestly, that is an art. That's like, what are you doing at that point? These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Hee. Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. My nose. No. Anyone who naturally just does 1.5 to 2 times speed on any video as like a natural occurrence, you are literally not insane, but more like there's something wrong with you. Not like bad wrong, but more like you have this tendency to really go for like, I need something fast. Watching a movie on 2 times speed is crazy. That you are unhinged for. So, Iris, about these 2 photograph prints. The one we found here on Mr. Winterbank's counter and the one Gina gave before. Guess I'm broken? Don't worry, a guy out there would be like, I could fix her. And then, you know, you'll be in a relationship, you fuck over his life, and then that's it, you're good. Then you're back to being fine. Ren, is everything okay? Yeah, I'm fine. What is this amazing thing you mentioned that's hidden between these 2 identical prints? A guy tried fixing me. Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry. If you look carefully, the 2 prints aren't the same. Not exactly. What? They're not. Anything but that. Have another look at them now. Oh, my nose is so stuffy. Isn't it that the cat is like looking to the right? You see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle, though. What's the reason for the subtle difference between the 2 prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see? No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Oh, my nose! Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh yes, that's what Mr. Shum showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there. Ah yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. This might have been like a 3DS feature, like, because 3DS had the ability to, you know, make your things 3D in quotes. If anything, it just caused people to have like it just fucked with people's like eyes, or like it gave them a headache, or I never had a problem with it. Not everyone had a problem with it, but you know, there were some people who did have like issues with the 3D aspect, and they were just like, nah, it's not for me. And that's why they always have it off. I always had it off too because it really was a dumb gimmick, honestly speaking. Hehehe. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. I hate my stuffy notes because this is a visual novel game, so I have to read, and I'm constantly talking. Wonderful, then I'll be able to tell you. Over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on an investigation scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Alright. How stereoscopic prints work. Have you ever considered, Bruno, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them and it works. Fucking very clever. Very fucking clever. Have you ever considered, Bruno, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them, then it works. Real Ryunosuke, real Rio. Wow, you can't say, is that a tongue twister? Real Ryu. Okay, there you go. I just had a stumbling moment. Well, the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Damn you, Sly, taking my audience. How could you? Two eyes, shocking. This is on your off hours. But this song right here. Try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each other. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses this that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. It's hard to talk with a not nasal, like a stuffed nose. I'm also running. As in, my nose is running, because I have a runny nose. But I'll be here all week. That's how we can share... fuck. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. Huh, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does it so much without telling me. But then there's also people with terrible depth perception. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and the right eye view. Is that right? Tell your nose to stop? Oh my god, if only that were so easy. It was almost like I could tell you to stop playing your game so you could be watching my stream, slut! No, I'm kidding. I don't really give a shit. As long as I'm in your background, I really don't care. Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints. Yes, Reno, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can, really. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of the stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Tado-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes. I think I can. Watch me. and see if you can copy. That's so cute and silly. Oh, I love Iris. She's so cute and silly. Make your eyes do this. All right, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? They programmed this! They have to do this for the models! There, how's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Reno. Chickens concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose and with a bow. Yes, I got it. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try at looking at the prints. Start by looking at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. Oh my god. I think my screen is too far, so it doesn't look right. You should see two overlapping images like this. Yep. You try it now, Runa. I'm just going to have to give it a try, I suppose. The print split into two images for you. Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then to try crossing your eyes again. The print should slowly, yep, until... Oh my god, they look fucking 3D. They form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! It's not how it works. I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real. I love how silly this is. Oh, I could look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Reno. Yeah. Imagine my model could do that, where if I cross my actual eyes, it does that. That'd be cool. I probably need like some eye trackers or some shit like for that shit to actually work. Then you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this is it. I got it. There, you managed it. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Bruno? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. My eyes are really hurting now. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Then set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back end. It's one single image. Feel amazing even though I know roughly how it works now. All of them seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of those folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, sure there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I've never even heard of them until yesterday. You've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Like in a white cat. Yeah. We got the white cat photograph 2. Examine the bloodstain on the back of it. Oh, there's a bloodstain. Whoa! It's not a Naruhodo. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? Wonder if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Then we present it to her? Yeah, present it to her. Oh, that looks like blood. Sorry. Cleaning my nose out. I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Renault. You can leave the rest to me. Purple. Look at that. Color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Why'd I say it like that? Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I guess. I think I do. How do we come to this conclusion? Let's have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. That's right, I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Renault. Who do you think it belongs to? It belongs to my father! Like, we're just like, what? Third fired. Thrice fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though. The victim? Of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at the time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. Ooh. I asked you that what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach. Wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. Sorry, my ear is being weird. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Now, hold on. You sound like, just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runa. Ah, my nose. Oh my god. Very well, let's make a note of this. Oh my god. Okay. Examine the back door. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregory said. Okay, here you go. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Windibank face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Nadahodo. You must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. Oops. Yep. I accidentally pressed A on it again. That's on me. Ah. Alright. New location has been added. I didn't know she had, like, her own, like, dialogue on the bottom. This place is so much fun, I'm just itching to dismantle that huge clock. Hospital feels positively ancient. I hope Hurley's in good hands. Poor Jeannie, we have to help her. It's always a bit quiet when Hurley's not around. I love attic rooms, don't you? They're so exciting. This place feels different to normal today, for some reason. Gregsy and his friends are working hard at their investigation, aren't they? We could linger here a little longer, I think. Alright. Repositioning myself a little bit. Okay. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winterbank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped up little defense lawyer, do you? I never seen her ladyship looking like that before. It's the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me. You were running away from a 10-year-old girl. From a 10-year-old. Afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? Fucking good shit. I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the associate inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquire into how Mr. Strom's operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Shaw. You got eyes, Ham, you use them. It's what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less. Alright, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after an hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to this storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. What's that the police officer doing? Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. We're talking about Jeannie. She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No. Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. Sorry, my notes is just being annoying right now. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend. There's something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. And just pops out another fucking, like, cry from that shit. Man has an infinite source! Obviously, my personal opinion is that, it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector, of course it is. Grexy, do you know anything about Hurley? And, is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright, is he? Thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No, the operation is done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it! Yes, ma'am! They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing, renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body... how do you say this? Anestheticized? Yes. Is that even possible? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. Ow, 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 my nose. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. Now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system, or if it's the bloke just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Hurley. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. Not surprised, even in the matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Alright. Present pawnbroker's ticket box. Inspector, what do you make of this? Ah, what have we here then? A redemption ticket for the article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was at hand. This is the ticket for Mr. McGilden's overcoat, the one that that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to, When I was right, Gregsy, it isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one? Seems that Mr. McGilden, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Metalhuddle. Oh, good. Because he's ever so easy to talk to. The ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilda's overcoat. You mean to tell me? Yes, sir, it's more than just the music box, this, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on the ticket, Mr. McGilda deposited on another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Grexy? Any idea at all? If another article belonging to Mr. McGilda, it could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. Too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles. I'll go barking. There's no time for a dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline is already passed, hasn't it? Yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right, it's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yeah, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There were dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. You can't possibly know which one might have been Mr. McGilda's. God, my notes are just being a wretched fucking pain. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilda's. That information is not written in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look, and just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Then, examine the shelves. The shelves here? Look at all these articles that have been, posited. The room is stuffed full of them. Can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, music instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathered dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalked outline on the floor the policeman shuffled around. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out why the fuck my nose is being a righteous pain right now. At least there would be if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around. There you go. Not much I could do about the sunshine. Okay, so that's all the shelves, I assume. And the open chest. They're being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh? Iris' unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this. What am I telling you? Must check inside the box at once. Yes. Ah. It was there. Iris' story was there. Really, it was. Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley when he said he deposited here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really, because that's not a very well hidden frown. Examine the victim's traces. Oh, here you go. That was something else for the read. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. For Mr. Winbeck, he was a nice old man. Ollie was shot just once through the heart. Shot through the heart! Sorry. Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. What are the rest of those lyrics? Shot through the heart. Fuck. Is it shot through the heart and you're too late? You give love a bad name? Is that how the lyrics go? I don't remember the middle part is right. This must be his blood then. I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wondered if perhaps. Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. And it's blue. So now we know the color of the chemical turns when it reacts when Mr. Winterback's blood. With Mr. Winterback's blood. It doesn't match our analysis of the blood samples we found in the main shop. No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway. So we got blue, purple, and green. The purple one we are assuming is thrice-fired Mason. The red one is, well, the green one is different now. And now there's a blue one, which is Mr. Winterback's blood. Examine the revolver. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Winterback's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runa look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh, and I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Winterbank with this yesterday, didn't we? Excuse me. I just have to take my own life. Must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hands. Mr. Winterbank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. Oh. Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Jesus. Ah! And he jumped out of my skin there. How come Mr. Winterbank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should... Oh. I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh. In trial tomorrow, we must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Do you remember, Runa? He told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes! You did! The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Oh, wow. Yeah, she changes it. Poor Mr. Windibank. Greg's in his front. Yeah. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. Okay. We're back. Nah, you're back. Oh no, you're back, because they were questioning her. The police must have finished questioning her then. How was it, Jeannie? Was it awful? Didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point of asking? It won't change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Huh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Nadahodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Alright. We shall talk to Gina first. What we've uncovered. Alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with these with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Nadahodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reasons for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windibanks that night. Plus, I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. And thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you will allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Jeannie. Wrap them up and chuck them, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. The cell ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. On me own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. There's one stubborn pickpocket. Alright. Present. This one? The manuscript? Yep. He found it in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Oh, right. That's. What? Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception: the box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing the manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Sorry. Alright, yeah. Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story is the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No. Genie, how could you? What? Wait. No. Hang on. Of course I wasn't going to sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, manuscript, whatever you call it, really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in that place. For Iris' sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Genie. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said that night before. Remind me, because I don't remember. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me, barefaced liars, and a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. Excuse me. I'm telling you that manuscript ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see it if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. No, Genie, that was so sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. Thank you for breaking in. It weren't because of Iris. That's not what I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You want to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest, if he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks. Like I told you the night before, I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying, stories about Daddy. About a daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of the Great Detective? So much as the adventures of the Great Detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Genie. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this. I hate all this chummy nonsense. Do you hear me? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Cause if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scrapper. I'm representing you tomorrow. I didn't notice until now, but it's unmistakably right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Are some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think I might be worth presenting some of our other findings in the area, Gina. Prevents the blood samples. Those stains on the sleeves are of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? But blood, Mr. Nadaholdo. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be a bloodstain that splattered from Mr. Windibanks when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. You're getting shot, bitch! Oh, fuck! Don't move, Genie, I'm going to shoot. Oh my god. It's the purple one. Oh! Oh my! What the? Read the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was making the stains. Was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. Ah, this is Thrashfire's Mason's fucking coat. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple color? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Alhauda, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story! How do we explain this gently to you? That coat? Yeah, that's the victim from the case you were a part of. You know, what Mr. McGill did. That's the victim's coat. Don't know how to put it nicely, but there you go. And then she's like, what? She's just like panicking. Alright, let's see. Dr. Sensato. The truth about the omnibus case. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilda's overcoat. But the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this is in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at that overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have risen from Miss McGill. They're trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. But he's dead, so I guess he got his comeuppance. It's not a holo. The horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. Yes and no, really? Because it was like, yeah, you got him off scot-free, but like a little bit of hours later, he died. So, is it technically bad? And you gotta point it as like, you know, the test was successful from the Chief of Justice, so you're kind of in the... you're okay. How'd the man walk free from that trial? So all that twisted testimony and all that shame evidence to prove his innocence. Or sham evidence, I should say. How could I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilda was innocent? I believed. Alright. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe what I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. Weapon? Before you came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? What was his full name? Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief. Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. Unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Of course, sounds like in this Empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at the mess it's got you into. Believing in that bog trotter. Yes, in it advertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people never worth it. Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. Soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get her by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure for what you want? Yeah. But that's what he wants and all... I bet that's what he... I bet that's what he wants and all... Now, Mr. I am a believer lawyer over there. You gotta kind of have to go into an accent to kind of go with the voice or the way she speaks. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust her. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Eh? Are you that big? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo, didn't you hear all what I said before? I'm a born liar, fibs just trip off my tongue, and I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. I love that the bar fucking cuts half her face off. Gina. Here we go, the final thing. I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? It's trust that I'm just a student of law. Oh, it's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in corner spirits. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I'm completely on your side. Well, what do you expect me to say to that? And it's decided. I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern lot are I don't know what you are. I don't know. I don't get you. Hope Gina does appear in the next game. She's a very likable character for who she is and like what she's been in her background, but she's very likable. Gina taking herself off to the back of herself. She never admitted, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out all right in the end, I think. Still got a little bit of a segment here. Okay. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Miss Sato. Somebody's there in the shadows. I could sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, huh? Suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregsy! Oh dear me, I am most terribly sorry, Your Ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening to in our conversation? Good grief! Listening in! No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, Your Ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute. Not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward. Nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then I humbly excuse myself now, Your Ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye, and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for Her Ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency of the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well, emergency. Lord Strongheart? No, I forgot I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed, can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Gregsy's so funny, he says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. Will do. And so our investigation came to an end. Sato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at... Excuse me, I'm like burping at times. Gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Sato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Sato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. The show was shot before her eyes, Gina was arrested, all on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. Hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task. What's the matter with me? Oh. What's the matter with me? Why am I examining things at a time like this? This is my last chance to talk to Sato-san before she leaves. Going back to Japan. It's 2 months since we've arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office and was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Sato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. Jesus, I'm having a stroke with certain words. What would that be? It seems to me there are many facades. I don't know how to pronounce this word. Facades to people's personalities. Facades. I don't know if I'm using that word right. And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see a small number of the total faucets? Is that what it is? Faucets. And what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those faucets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts you will never lay eyes on for as long as we live. Not so true. Sometimes it feels as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. Now the faucets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. Suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even in the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been only just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh no. It was nothing. Unimportant. Tomorrow's departure. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Nina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. Like a couple, like actually, like being away from each other all of a sudden. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What do you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The Gilded case. Seems to me that this case of Mr. Winterbank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with the omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating what my writings about the case for you. But everything else she's had to think about. Sato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me to in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Sato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that seems flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch that. You said what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. You weren't a failure. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Suda-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait! There's something yeah! Whoa! What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Or shutdown? Please, I implore you. We have to voice our goodbyes. I won't be able to hold back my tears. Sato-san. What was he gonna say? It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about the nemesis of the case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually my fatigue triumphed. My fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Yes, I quite understand. That's a great weight off my mind. Oh. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madame. I see.
When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets, and so began an even longer day than the last, one that I won't remember for the rest of my days. Hey YouTube, we're back again. Hope you had a great 3-second break, or whatever. 17th April, 9:32 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. Oh. So where's your friend, then? Sorry? You know, her in a fancy dress. Susato, or whatever you say it, I don't know. Ah, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You're alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. Not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again, one day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. The trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Oh, my bad for my mouse being in the middle screen. How are you feeling, Jeannie? Did you manage to sleep? Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Oh, there you go. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What arm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Go on. Now, would you like to the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno, Genie? Well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, I always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes. Question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. Record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report. So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh. Gosh! Yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, I should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's really. If only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. See? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno. We'll soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's paper, the headlines will be: Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Yes. Well, let's hope so. Of course he will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Alright. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you more support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Uni? Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up or alright? Yes. The operation was a great success, but Harley still hasn't come around yet. Huh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. Mr. Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Regina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. It's gonna be my judicial pupil. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from the start. I have to believe in her from the start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. I don't know what happened, like, where I was like, I have to believe in her from the start. I don't know what made me stumble, but I was like, let me reread this. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. The judge shall determine the guilt of or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I saw someone already there. Oh! Sorry, I was moving my little table over here. Just trying to push it back to, near my bed. Okay. And something fell off of it. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zieks, my lord. Remind me how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. And there are some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior. What one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are two types of persons I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I'd known that what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Runo. Thank you, Iris! I actually managed to work that out, too. Thank you, Iris. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zieks' eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Random is an understatement. Are you... Has this maid been here like 3 times in a row? Oh shit, look who's all the way to the right! Wait! That's legit the guy! Oh shit. Alright. We're ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. Could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Something wrong, Renault? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't you think? But it is quite strange that jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. At the game developers. Alright. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zieks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Winterbank, perpetrator of the pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. I now ask the court to turn its attention to the plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. Perpetrator was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. He went into this room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, That black screen kind of scared me. She had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusion. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zieks. At once, my lord. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Damn, he take off the cape instantly. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windenbank on 16th April of this year. You cannot be fucking serious with me, bruh. You're telling me you believe these two guys to be the witnesses? The most sketchiest motherfuckers out here. Whatever. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call the Three Scotland Brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you. Or with you lot. Oh, blimey. That's cold. Don't you know what we're going for? It's our older brother. Lost contact with him, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. A very spit of him. Why the fuck do you both have an apple and a pear? Is this supposed to be referencing Mario and Luigi? So we decided there and that what we was gonna do, we was gonna call you. No, not Mario Luigi, but Wario and Waluigi. This kind of have a better imaging. Big Buff Skulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Skulky Skulkin. And that's before he runs out of chips. Well then, Inspector Skulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I'd like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These three? Oh, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize the pawnbroker, they witnessed its perpetrator's murder. The various The various trespassers of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in their very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Cause a Skulkin's never skulking. Get out of it. Illegal entry. Alright. Excuse me. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was. But once we got inside, caught blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never did undone nothing, Governor. We never looked enough. We never took nothing. Jesus. We just left after that, nice and quiet. You guys are the most shadiest people possible. Terrible coincidence, it would seem. The precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness testimony is consistent. The witness testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Sorry, I was like, what? Door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. Within, only the victim and the accused were found. There you go. Waited for that. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witness now, of course. Counsel, if you would please. Counsel? Yeah. What's the matter right now? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by... Sorry, I'm cleaning my glasses. There you go. I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies. Oh my god. Blatant lies being told by the pair in the stand. I know that's all... I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Alright. Okay. And a Chronicles release of the game. Press any statement and then pursue. I wonder where winning back was ajar, you say. What time of night was that? What's this? How's it been about 1, right, Ringo? Mr. Ringo Skulkin, do you have something to add? What? Do I just pursue the other brother even if it doesn't react? Do this for both. Oh, okay. Something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Well, yeah, I was just thinking about my bruv, Skulky. Oh? The one you've lost touch with. Yeah, blimey, it could have been a saint sometimes, that one. Always used to give me a share of his grub when we had anything to eat. Sounds like a very kind man. Get out of it. These chips are mine. I'm not sharing. And then we do it for him, and then we just pursue the other one. Now moves in a mysterious, wait. They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. Mr. Nash Skulkin, do you have something to add? Eh? What?
Something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Oh, well, yeah, I was just thinking about my bruv, Skokie. Oh? The one you lost touch with? Yeah, Goy could be a right nasty piece of work sometimes, that one. Always used to nab me a share of grub when we had anything to eat. He does sound like a very mean man. Oi, what are you looking at me for, sunshine? Skulky story. There you go. There you go, okay. We got the achievement, though. That's what I was mostly going for. Alright. Press the 5th statement. Yeah. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me jukes out me Lucy lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left? Nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not burglars. Burglars? Ah, you know what I'm talking about. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out with a Lucy pocket. So, you clearly like us to believe. Eh? Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes. I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor. The great Sholmes. That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious consonants rapidly gave them away. When searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from the brothers. Yes, indeed, remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. Kerr will hold this weapon as evidence. I feel like he's gonna say something. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to your successfully presenting the evidence. Yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under whatever, in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. The defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim. We shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired the gun before they left Windibanks that night. Court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that the witness unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Present the blood samples. Where is that? The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence that the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more dallying, then, counsel. Present the precedent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene of the crime?
Well... What is that? Explain!
The photograph print taken in Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged in there. Yes, as your lordship did notice, the bullet pierced Mr. Winterbank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbrokery's death. You know what I noticed? You know how it's green and we're like, oh, we don't know whose blood this belongs to. That could be a Sholmes' blood, actually. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot has been fired sometime after the calendar has been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it is irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nah. How's the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zieks? That is the direction my learned friend wishes to take. The prosecution has no objection. What? Sorry. Something feels weird in my lap and I'm just like messing with it. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, Governor. I keep giving him the accent, but I don't mean to. I meant to give him the New York accent. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. The soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Skokie. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes. Then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of fatal shooting of the perpetrator and victim. In other words, these two men have no marital connection to the murder of Mr. Winterbank at all. Well, that's it. I'm sorry, I was just shocked at them missing, doing like a whole thing, and I was like, hold the fuck up. That's it, we did, sorry. That's it, we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, you didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a card again, fellas. We're afraid now, bruv. Now then, let's take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man, patronized the pawnbroker in question somewhat regularly. Where is he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He sold a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. Prodigal? In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court of the to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You see, these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated theft conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that that would be criminal one can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. My lord. Night in question, the witness currently in the stand were not caught on camera. It's a bit of a fair tuck, bruv. Lady Luck loves the skulking. Witnesses, at what time did the trespassing happen? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just got on 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might be we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord. It's a defendant. Mugino Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the perpetrator to open the door to his storeroom. Quite, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence if you please, counsel. My man's like, great. I don't believe it, Genie. In short, the accused is the only person who can possibly have killed Mr. Winterbank. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put it in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a volley bullet to the knee in the battle of my wand. Another got shot in the knee joke. 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words, one for all and all for one. Benji just goes, pray tell, the fuck are you talking about? You are literally yapping, my guy. Does he all of a sudden has like modern day lingo? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir. Well, no, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men, on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude of all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth. It is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear? Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. Why do you have this whole setup now? I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce or consider verdicts to the court. Oh, then he gets a voice? Whatever. He didn't have a voice before when he was doing the guilty thing. Doesn't it appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already? Whoa, at a moment. That photograph, it must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Genie didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summonation examination. My lord. Very well, and court grants permission. If you're wondering why I keep going, my lord, like that, it's because I'm thinking of the fucking, not clip, like posts of the guys going, these fries are absolutely fucking bussin', like bussin', and then just the dude to the right going, my lord, these fries are unequivocally fucking bussin'. Dude, I cannot tell you how hard I laughed the first time I saw that shit. Like, on straight up, just saw that, laughed, and I was just like, I can't believe this is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. And I always love seeing that video every time. Every time. It's so good. Whoever those guys are, I hope they're doing good. So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summonation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright. We gotta press jury 2. Or juror 2. I should like to see all the filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. Oh, they're just telling me the thing. Like, they're just like, yeah. All the evidence clearly points to the fingers of guilt at this young pickpocket. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. But I've left it in there. I should think there will be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. Yes, I will keep saying stop because that makes sense. In motherland we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Convinced. I think his B's are just W's, right? That's why he just keeps happening with him. Is that like a Russian thing? Like, wait, no, is he Russian? I can't remember what nationality they were. But is that like a thing that like some European people have like issues with, as in like speaking a letter like V to W? Because I know Japan has that issue with their L's and R's, because they like have it like not reversed, but it's kind of like weird, where anything but an L they'll go ru, like Lu becomes Ru, you know, something like that. But then they'll also have issues with, I think, with R's. And then they'll go Ru. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, yeah. Circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. In the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Wow, it's almost like she's shooting him, not just threatening him. Taken from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. The young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to the situation than we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summonation examination. Will do, my lord. Boom, boom. Alright, here you go. Now we get to do the thing. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. Mage work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick purses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Randus magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid. Someone draw that. There's probably a drawing of Mr. Sholmes as a maid. It's really quite unforgivable. Good as scum having the audacity to shoot out our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed, they're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting their great detective. Alright. Pit. I think what, 6, right? Yeah. Igiari! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement? Contradictory? C-O-N. Turn number 6. You gone the wrong end of the stick. I do not have a stick. I have a mouse. As juror number 2. Just finished working. I'm eating right now. All good. Don't know how much I have until this first part of the trial is done, but I will be calling it. I'm just having a short stream today. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from the revolver. Pretty good. Not terrible, but not great. You know, something on the average level. Do you do one drive and that's it, or do you do like a couple? Like, yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen. I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, A-D, A-B-D. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. I didn't hear you. Pretty much short stream. I don't know how long until this first part is done. Forgive me, I did not hear. Fly, is that you? Ah, here's word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say it in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea? Oh, so he is Russian. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? Again. Oh no, like he said, referring to whoever. You are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot detective. Da? This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. No, don't squish the rat! Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. The guy's fluent in English? Probably. Yes, it is, Renault. Easily. Sorry. But the print from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah, if you compare the print that pictures Genie and the next print from half an hour later, You'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summonation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. This was taken after Hurley was shot then, as far as I could tell. Nothing has been taken. Oh, wait. It does seem to be... I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. Something moved. The brothers who looked like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. Would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Ah. Boop. Yay, well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. There must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can't do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor. Thank you, counsel. I'll continue the examination examination. And kindly hand the new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Yeah, I want to see something. Another print of the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. It's the back that got moved. 2 tickets, a dog photo, the thingy that, like, you know, the balance, I forgot what it's called. The doll, the skull. I kind of wish I could literally go side to side with this. I did not know you could magnify it. Oh, hold up. The glass thingy is broken. Oh. The lantern. That's what it's called. I don't know why I call it the glass thingy. Alright. Let's see. Pressure 5. Mata! Sorry, transmission, what do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, I'm from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers make more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Oh, you know what I realized? The lieutenant dude? No, not lieutenant. The guy who was in the army. He said he was in a war of 1880, right? Let's say he was like 30 or some shit, maybe 20. He looks what, like... Actually, hold up. Can I check? Oh, he's not here. I think he's like 60, 70 if I remember correctly. So, let's say he was 20. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. So like 50 years. Let's go with that, right? 50 years from that. So it's what, 1930s? After the first war? Or did the first war happen yet? No, it's after. It's definitely after, because then this is how they're reconnecting their nations or something, right? So is this like around late 1930s? Early 40s? Maybe, right? Ah, man. Wish I studied history better. Not. Oh, the minds of Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed. Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. Hee hee. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves in 4 corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Driving technological revolution. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. Can't. They're just silly toys. Ooh. I didn't know you could pursue here. Pursue juror number 3. Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but what? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I could have guessed. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely, I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find the viewing of a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from the crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Absolutely. Photograph of Gina, then post shooting photograph, right? Yeah. Good. Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photograph prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Give me one more print and I'll amaze you. Which is the post-shooting photograph. Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera and windbanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right images, the left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift, as if it were in depth. Yes, exactly. The same shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures, that's really important. So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. I was just shift right back. Oh! Of course, now I see! Ah, I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? He's like, oh, my bad. Having a look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. Can you see that, can you see that there's really obvious differences between them? Yes, the one broken lampshade thing. Now that I have the 2 images together, hold up, I need to see the background a bit more. Okay, everything is fine in the background. It's just the lantern. Can you see the? I keep calling it lampshade. I don't know why. The lampshade is the thing that goes over the lamp. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 photographs overlap exactly. Let's see, if by crossing my eyes, I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't work for me. I'm trying. I can't do it. Game, can you do it for me? Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? Not really. I would assume put yes, I saw it. What's going on with these 2 pictures? Oh. Some of the things in the counter sort of just jump out at you. Stop. Yes, that's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? What, every character's gonna have this now? There's something going to explain this black magic, eh? Why did you do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? Then you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principle of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures using the stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the position of certain objects that lets you see pictures 3-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter have haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, it shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. We're not gonna talk about the broken lamp? Now hold your fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of what those whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the 2 prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? Having the first idea. You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with things on the counter. Zookers. Someone tampered. New information, stop. New mention in testimony so far. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summonation examination. Imagine if it worked in real life. I mean, I think it did work in real life, like crossing your eyes for like 2 images. But I just think on the game it's different because you're looking at it on a screen and 2 images are technically not in your hands. They're like there. And when this game came out, it was for the 3DS, I believe. So the 3DS had a 3D feature, which I guess is what they're implementing of how they work their system. But there was a situation where this was like an invention, like 3D photos, this whole thing, you know? Everything that has been shown in this game is like, this is history. This is what used to be a thing, you know? It's just, now, we're so used to, like, our phones and, like, you know, technology has, like, such advancements and shit. Where it's like, we just look at it and we're just like, oh, it looks 3D, yeah. Or, like, people can make, like, you know, those crazy, like, not CGI, what's the word? There's these crazy, like, 3D, like, in Japan, right? There's a billboard that has, like, it goes around the building. So it's like, it goes from one side to the other side. And because of that, the way how it's formed, it's able to pop out whatever, like, animation or whatever's on the screen to, like, come a little bit further out. And it looks like it's like 3D and it's coming out, like, legitimately. But if you, like, I guess you're at a certain angle, like, from below it, it will not look like that because you'll see the billboard itself. It's like shit like that, kind of, in its own right. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Oops. It was a witness that's currently in stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, I do not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you were saying? Yes, please don't hurt the rat. Or the mouse. Yes, I'm afraid so. It's a mouse. I think he said it was a mouse earlier. Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. More like she's pointing it in the air, but whatever. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated. What? It would seem. Sorry, I thought I was reading Van Zeeks for a second, but it's Ryu who's fucking reading this. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windenbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestray's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpurse. Common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pickpurse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from the shady pair. Oops. My hands are sterile. I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. Him fucking headbutting that shit was funny. You all see now. I didn't even see him do it earlier, I think. I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen the extraordinary potential firsthand. Even Stevens. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Will return home via Regent Street. Well, it would seem the trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. Everybody called the summation examination to a conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. According to the jury is without consent, whatever. And I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. The banquet? Bouquet? Harris is so short. I mean, she's like, what, 10? I won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Alright. First part is done. Once it fades to black, I think. Alright, there you go. Hey YouTube, hope you had a nice 2 seconds in between of what just happened. For Twitch, it's been a week. Alright. Order please, let us resume proceedings.
Let me just scroll down a little bit here. Witness, you will now retake the stand. Or witness says. Because there's two of them. Mario and Waluigi, bro. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summonation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. They had like a New York accent type of like, you know, mobster type of fucking voice I was giving them. I remember that. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. God, blind me! This is going to be hard work. Early in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. I took my pill, right? Yes, I did. Well, it was bedlam soon as weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have the time to pull me dukes out my Lucy pockets. However, that was a lie. Normally I do skip flashbacks YouTube, but for me it's literally been a week, so that's why I'm like trying to remember what the hell happened. You brothers. God, blind me! On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. Oi, do you figure that out? How do you figure that out? Nice, he just outed himself. It's like, it's a bit of a mobster, like New York mobster, into like a little bit of like a British, you know, kind of like, accent. That's what I'm working with them, I guess, is like I'm trying to do. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Oof. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Van Zeeks. I thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. Where are you? We hear you. We'll blab. We'll squeak. We'll peach. We'll peach. All right. What do I gotta say? Illegal entry. The whole truth. All right. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we had the gunshot. See, it made us both jump and all that stuff. We're flying. It didn't give me a fright. It was, we was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scrap it. Scrap it? Yeah. Straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? You're forgetting you did shoot someone on the way out, as well as passing by us. So you admit that to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. And not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbroker under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. Oh wait, you say it! We hardly sound like roughs at all. I'm just saying, if I was a robber, and I was robbing a store or whatever at the middle of the night, and I hear a gunshot from the other room, I'm dipping. I don't fucking care if I'm cleaning shit up. Nah, I'm gone. Like, fuck that. The way you say it, we sound like roughs at all. I repeated that, but it's fine. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be a coincidence that these men showed up at Windibank that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Alright. Ross examination. Illegal entry. The whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things. Oh, yeah. Oops. Martin. So, what you're saying is...
The sound of a gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. The bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, aight? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up from that bang. That's crazy. Big brother screamed like a blooming baby, fell over on the counter. Knocked over a load of books and candlestick and some skull whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. Really master working quietly, huh? What a racket. My granny would have been scared back in her grave at the clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, what quiet as a mouse on the... and then all of a sudden, BAM! Mr. Gregson! Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellows in to the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. I love that his cheeks have jiggle physics. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, Phyllis? If I discover the witness's testimony have been any more sloppy than it has, Horatio proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy! We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Like, for the love of Christ, then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Sirs. Right you are, Gov. Alright. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Oh. Then present on statement 3. Oh, whoa. Crime scene photograph. Igiari! So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windenbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windenbank was not holding a firearm of any description. What? Gordon Bennett! That ain't right! Gordon Bennett? There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windenbank's gun was found at the scene, but held by the victim, or the accused. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hands, yes. Yeah, the mall tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing. Like the reenactment. Stay exactly where you are, right there. If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates the inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? The autopsy report, right? Yeah. Which is where, already. Correct! According to their testimony, the witness claimed to have heard a shot of "Give me the gun," followed by the gunshot. Where's my other? Oh, okay. Indeed, with these two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. Yeah! But it's the God's honest truth! It is, Nash, it is! When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbeck holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that, despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, he did not just go Nash, I just like Nash going, oh! Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourselves at once! Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to, Van Zieg's like, I had enough of this bullshit. Like, it would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? I'm so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us. What he'll do to us. Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bruv, come on, the game's up. But you have guts for Gertis? I don't even know if that's the right word. Because it hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. The night in question is that it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, witness testimony. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed us a mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. But no, geezer, that bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it and threw that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Alright. So you're now telling us the moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom. You in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Ah, sneeze. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, it's raining today too. Fuck. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. Yeah, this changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. I need a tissue, but I don't have tissues. Alright. Oh, yeah. Press statement 5. You say you have nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was, from the inside. We know it was, because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who you could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lesray. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank? There could have been. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did. What is your point, my learned friend? A question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could be there? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court to respect the two conundrums. 2, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord? Are you alright, Runa? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I could prove that there's credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court of this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. You believe someone else could have killed the victim and indicate from where the person could have fired the gun. Right here. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from the location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated there where the victim was at the time, Groper shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. While according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, pulled me a gun on him and yeah. If Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of the Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means that the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered the body at an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. You also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key to the lock. But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well done, counsel. Present the hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from the outside of the storeroom. In which case, who shot the locked? In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? It was Edgar Benedict. No. Watch him be the other brother that they're talking about. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. But that's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such action would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one. That's a tricky one, that isn't it? Have big notions have no place in the... I mean, she's like a 15-year-old girl who's scared for her life. Obviously, she's gonna try to hide from the people who just shot the man. But of course Jeannie would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does. What are we, fucking idiots? What are we talking about? Like, Iris is better than us, bro! Well, if I was Jeannie in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Ryu, are we talking for real right now, bro? Obviously. Before the two, like, how did I not think that? Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. Your theory is correct. That would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. And then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. He just fall over. Hit in the back by a bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in the moment? I see where you're going with this! Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as the thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life! How are we all fucking idiots? Also, whoa! But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it! We ain't! You gotta believe us! I mean, come on! We never shoot no one! That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before in my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Yeah. The Stupidinski brothers are fucking back. Where does it leave us? You mean to say that the pickpocket should have known it was those three brothers? They look as shady as the dead fart. The three brothers were funny. That was amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give you a verdict or not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zieks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery
chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatant malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable petty forgery here. What's your fucking deal, man? The hypothesis you put forward is so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zieks, it might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops underground. The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. There it goes. Do we not too dim-witted to count bullets? By George, count bullets! Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Council. Yes, sir. Tell this court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. Wasn't there a third blood stain that we haven't found yet? Oh, okay. Is this Sherlock Holmes? The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. I thought he had the bullet in him. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonged to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed, it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago. Sorry, I thought I heard something weird. That these 2 brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Windibank not shot by the same gun stopped. Only 1 bullet stopped. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a discovery. It was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to serenity or whatever. Whoa! Whoa! Order! Pray forget this its courtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zieks. Fucking. This court needs to open its eyes. You need to stop wasting fucking money. Throwing glass. He's throwing like specific like wine cups. Throwing the wine itself. Throwing the bottle itself. Like, bro. Please, you're hurting me, and I'm not the one who paid for what you paid for. That shit hurts me, my soul. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from the law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And we have the gallery who just fucking easily gets manipulated by any little thing.
Now I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc. Or that disc. I'll be taking that with, whatever it is, Mr. McGill is down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. This is mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to Mr. McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc, McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of the Mr. Winnebank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and rather than impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets the fact. The court forgets that fact and its peril. At its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence counsel. Oh. Lord Van Zieks, Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday, at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zieks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting, but those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor. I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. The prosecution established the accuser's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Oh, Runa, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting for forever. Alright, hold still with the disc, Runa. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Oh! Oh, a lovely bright shade of green. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Alright. Gonna have that added to the data. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all the 5 minutes. Oh dear. I wasn't even for 5 minutes right now. My lord! My lord. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up till now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden. The answer is bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings, your leanings as to the defendant's culpability. Oh, of course. You fucking sheeps, all of you. Have no idea what's going on in the court. You're just hearing shit. Watch me manipulate them back onto my side again. Did not mean to skip that. History. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summonation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garadab Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Wait. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am a ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Interesting. It would seem there's a little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart, like House of Cards, I saw that I jolly well been hoodwinked. You've been hoodwinked again, so stop being fucking... well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. Not fair, Iris. That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jeannie's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's the truth coming out, eventually. Ryu's just like, just ignore him. Ignore him. That's enough preamble, counsel. Proceed with the summonation examination. Yes, my lord. Alright. Once a rogue, always a rogue. Oh. Press 4. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Herlock? No. Herlock? No. Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Herlock fellow. Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a... Wait, what? They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as it clearly shown in the photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region. Then it exited his body and lunged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Ha! Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury, no sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this injury was put together. Mystery of where the bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? Well, you and number 6, right? Yeah. Hikiari! Alright. Those who statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, ballistics expert. Pitting. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. There's an apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard, I was running away along mountain road and freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And the situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of how do you say exit wound. And then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, sorry, hold on. One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is the solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in the pawnbroker shop, not some snowy mountain road in the other country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigation. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness! I thought I was forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping, along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well, while extremely unconventional during the examination... I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Oh boy. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. His bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into a wall of shop. I want to think it was deflected. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Alright. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to this bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Here's pouch and scruffy. So the pouch has been added to the court record. Examine the pouch. Wow. It's really scorched badly here. Oh, the strap is broken, look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Fucking. That shit is thick leather for that shit to stop. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? That's the Skulkin Brothers bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. It's an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Winneback that night. We found exactly what what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press the juror again, I think. Alright. Okay, we got the 3rd bullet. 3rd bullet. Press juror 2. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter the opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. That could be a valuable clue, and you can afford to overlook anything, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around. Somehow, I'm sure of it. Alright. It's a number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her the count of table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I can prove it. Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. Whoops. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Winnebank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin Brothers that night? Yes. As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch, but that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in the photographic print. 2 guns from the scene were already have been submitted in the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winnebank and the belonging to the Skulkin Brothers. Examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet has been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until the incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ugh! Maha! Alright. Order. While the summoning examination incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As in my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summonation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witness back to the stand at once! That's new. Witnesses. Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summonation examination? We was, Governor, we was! Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make enough. It's one of yours. Nothing of nothing. I can't help it. Is it one of yours? Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers will work alone! It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Skulky. Only 2 of the bullets were from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's a head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear that what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. That is secret accomplice. On that night at Windybank's pawnbroker, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun. Iggy! An accomplice, you say? Pigswell. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summonation examinations. Yet in all the same, there has been not a murmur of 3rd man. If this apparently, wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy would be crushed. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that the accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But, how can I ascertain the identity of a person they're hiding? Well, counsel? You're supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to prosecution demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if I will make a difference. If it will make a difference. Hey, case counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a 3rd intruder present at the scene? Sorry, I don't know why I had a moment there. Blood samples. Do I do this one? Yeah. Oh, I have to present. I'm like, what? The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint of such like around the bullet hole in the middle of a calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain. Green blood, curious even for you, is the core to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature. It's something developed by Mr. Harlock Sholmes, by the great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. The fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood. Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that person else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold your fire, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on that same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skolkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder, in fact. Whose identity to the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? This guy. The man's name is Edgar Benedict. Edgar Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbroker on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. A man identified by the defense, Mr. Edgar Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force, which we'll have a replay of. Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. Oh. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box is too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. Oh, was there at the time and attest what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this incident, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less, what? More or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. There he is. Taken from one of the red-handed recorder, companies, whatever. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. Ah, you claim that, this man is a brother's accomplice. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Skolkin? Never seen the geezer before in my life. On my life, Gov, on my life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman is the photograph in the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start, but now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court, then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person
struck by the third bullet. The proof is right here, in this portfolio. Good gracious, Council, does the portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friend, but... Enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identify was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? This. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted to deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks, which is when the aforementioned Edgar Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. He cut his finger or whatever. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Very well. I shall bid you farewell, say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being abused about this, it had countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smearing of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color of the blood around the calendar. Alright. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Edgar Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Oi, who are you talking about? My lord is, wait, does this show the court? Right? Oh, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent appearance. This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection of some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by the fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. You expect us to take you seriously. The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. The bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. You're right, is Mr. Sholmes? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are we talking about? We can't let him get away with this. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body, but what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summonation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief! What did you just say, good young girl? And in a summonation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So, the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runa. Is that about right, would you say, or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. I love Iris. After the shrewd priestess of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summoning examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please. Ooh.
無罪
Ha.
有罪
Oh,
有罪
interesting.
無罪
So these two think they're guilty. This fucking man headbutting that shit every time. 2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the termination examination. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summonation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Ugh. Ugh. Imagine this man who has been known to just get a guilty verdict starts just being like a sore loser in a sense. He's not, I wouldn't say he's very sore loser-ish right now, but it's more like it's showing a bit just because I'm like, alright, so these connect with this is connecting with this, and it's like, so how can you explain this? Because there's situations that are not adding up for you. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonable requested the subpoena of the new witnesses, of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. You're number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Huh? Me? Ma'am? I wonder if you might show that photograph print to me again, the one with, in which the gentleman is shown. Oh, right, yes, this one you mean. Mr. Benedict. Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say. You know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious! Order, order, order! Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is, stop, also communications officer. He works in my office. Excuse me. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now, tapping away on the telegraph. That doesn't seem right somehow. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on it. Why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. The gentleman is at London's communication station. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zieks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Oh, yes, my lord. And the necessary arrangement with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witnesses arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from your specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. All right. Whew. YouTube, we'll be right back.
Excuse me. Hello there, YouTube. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that 2-second intermission. Hope you're still enjoying if you're watching through this all the way. But it is next week after from the last part that we just did. Hey, 17th April, 2041 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Out of sneeze, I think. Oh, good. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Jeannie, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture. Excuse me, I need to sneeze. Whew. What picture? Ah, you mean this, the photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think you would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. Get over here. It's hopeless anyone who sees that that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Sure, you gotta have your doubts about it now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Huh. Jeannie, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Runes cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, alright, Iris? And then we all had to chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I sat down and went down the street to the 221 to Winterbank's place. I had to know. Oh, I'm not getting my breakfast done right now. Quote unquote breakfast. If our story was there and not, down to Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. And something what he don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside, and it was dark as you like. It was dark as you like in there. So I give the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when. What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died. I did. And next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript, have you got it here? The Sholmes leave a load of papers with you. A story. I beg your pardon? The Hound of the Summon or some other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquishing an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? Want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not? Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? He's very calm about the situation. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The mantle script, Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Genie. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene. Yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight and I don't know about it? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Winterbank looked out for her. With that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out to into the shop. I'm back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got in a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should have helped see. So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself then when, boom. I heard a couple of shots go off, too, I think, almost at the same time. And then there was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it and shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was the goner. I felt funny in me head and all of a sudden kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. You fainted. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. You tell the police everything you just told us. Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Genie. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Why is my nose decided to be just annoying right now? It's always when I'm doing a damn Phoenix stream. My nose just wants to be a tedious fucking thing. Alright, hold up. Rue's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there? That cove, what was there in the afternoon? I hate the English slang term, not term, but like whatever this is. I can't comprehend it so well. That Edgar Benedict. She's like pure English, like you could feel it. Sir Maui looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Didn't we get the real name from the lady who works with him? Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. Gina, I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all. You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Genie. Mr. Naraodo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I can never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I tell you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. Well, what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all I know. All you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty demanding. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. Well, there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Show him one more time. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Believe in the me that believed in you. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. Yeah, I could see Kamina's VA being him. English VA and Japanese VA. This would definitely fit him as a character. I was so happy I cried. And even then, somewhere inside of me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. This is a good song. I like the song. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. He is my boyfriend. It's like, alright. So then I came to realize, when you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, keep believing in you. I'm sorry, Gina. I'm hungry. Excuse me. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar. Bars? Not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Genie. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naraodo, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Alright. I've been both a defendant and defending lawyer in my time. Excuse me. I knew only too well how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Part 1 of part 2. Wish me luck, Susato-san. I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Alright. I hereby call this court. My bad. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Now let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. I did. You know who we haven't ran into? Those two characters for that one case. I forgot his name, but the dude who did JoJo poses. Those two characters that were like outside the building, we never met them again, and they had like unique designs. Thank you for complying with this court's subpoena at such a short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an outstanding member of the London Society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly say your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is all about. You were appraised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Excuse me. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. There he goes again. He's the other JoJo guy that just fucking poses. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Alright. What we got here? Alright. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of a murder? I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusations. Even certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Sacramoch detectives homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Alright. Oh, my bad. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. And it would seem we have the misfortunate of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea, some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon and any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do it. The accusation. Okay. Pressing statement 4. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's the great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Shut up! Oh, you know what I forgot to do? There might be no audio. This is on me, fellas. I completely forgot to do this. Yep. I am so sorry. You've probably been not hearing anything for like a good minute. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah. I know. Press A. Perfect. Alright. My bad. Like the 20 minutes of no sound. My bad. But at least I get to hear me speaking. So there's audio at least, you know? You have something to say, Mr. Skulkin. Eh? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not big bruv Skulky. Nash Skulkin. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Eh? Cool, blame you, governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? My thoughts, I don't have none of them. I must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, and open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Excuse me. Where he took the bullet, of course. I was only 2 days ago. I ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying a friend, man. Oh, has bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm, or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I have never had anything to do with the pawnbroker where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winamax's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continuing with the testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is that I've never had anything to do with that pawnbrokering establishment where the man was killed. Never had anything to do with it. You forgot that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Grexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in the Windibanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, a gentleman's picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulker brothers. Yes, they were the key in it after all. So, he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. On statement 5. Music box disc. I was like, where is it? Higiari! There you go. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, and pawned in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I have never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on this disc. Ah, yes, resulting from the abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of this disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire this disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it is suffered minor lacerations. So, while this bears the remnants of the skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must, Mr. Graydon. Would you refuse to allow a court officer to examine your arm before? Are you not going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Well, Mr. Graydon, It appeared there hasn't been something I'm misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. There's some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn. What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in the piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this now. As you wish. Now, I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. You liar! At this. The brothers have been mad quiet for a long time. That was my New Yorker right there. There's a note on the disc saying, Mr. McGill, there was a note on the disc saying from McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, the filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in the very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctive messy murder. Yes, my lord. Good lord. Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order, well, I certainly didn't expect to hear the name, that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on the fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Will do. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? Last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about it. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, remained renowned throughout the capital for his great contribution to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Stronghart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Stronghart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Alright, and this is, oh, fuck. Yay, we got it. I fucked up. Alright. Ticket box. This was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilda in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Like a ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. By the vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are... Excuse me. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. That means that for some reason, this great-end fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from the one of the detective security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorded again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras to 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers. The other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed on for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, because the small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by the one on the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then we had another print. This was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. I'm doing like a quick scan around. Yeah, nothing looks moved at all. Subtlety. No, nothing. I'm trying to find something. Dear me, that's starting to make my head hurt. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. So you say. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker in the night in question. My learned friend's hesitation is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. But couldn't it be that they couldn't steal anything because we walked in? I don't believe it. That could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawn box. I might have been able to break him down at least. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of this evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's hesitation? I don't know. Could these be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Point out discrepancy. Oh shit, I see it! Wow. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between the two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court. I'm like making sure I'm aligning it right. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? The small box moved to the left. And you go to the stereoscopic rubber. Why does this thing pop out? A single area stands out as being different. The location of the small box. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up the particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact, yes, that very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints? Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence sitting on the shelves at the Windibanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. That some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Alright. You know what's crazy about the 20 minutes of this first, of the beginning of this whole fucking thing? The fact that before stream, I was like, alright, I gotta make sure I set up the audio for this, and completely forgot about it. I was like, what? We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce, disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, an Nipponese specialty it would seem. What are you trying to say? Like, what the fuck is your problem with me? My learned friend has persisted that with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness' intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. What if it was inside the box? Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly, it would be beyond absurd to break into a place for a purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilder perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial, a trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box is in one of its pockets in a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if the gold or jewels, is it? Tough goodness, oh god. Whether can deposit cash pawnbroker, yeah. Words. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by the fine citizens could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they are related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I know that. We know McGilda's true character, and we know this is significant, even if we don't know why. If we explain all of that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That was the defense's argument was flawed based on the false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Genie, could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything. But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. Alright, the exact significance of this thing, the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Winnebank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. The truth must be told. What's the right thing to do? Have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winnebank's by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information related to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal to move. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accuser herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Winnebank's pawnbroker. are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in the omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. With the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under the seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial had been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGill died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither of the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face the facts, you have little credibility to lose. Dini, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, you know. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's Pond articles and the extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then, everything's going to come out. Lord, like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is, the Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof went off to call the slops. That's when Miss McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around then. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Press any you want, okay. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord, then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in the trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it, The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was right to the core, just like the pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were all in together. Excuse me. You wronged a lot of y'all. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really snitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me, the situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. I was swindled, bamboozled even. Alright. Be anything. You drag the pursuing tool to the right, even if you're not prompted to do so. You will see Mr. Graydon. Sorry, I wasn't reading. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Whoa! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one what? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got nothing, you think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncuffed detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Alright. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, I'm sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Leslie, continue your testimony, please. And you were hiding in the cabin the whole time. I remember rightly in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yep, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know, but I did hear him talk a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder and started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing over on the floor, and it was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. The Irishman dragged me to the area. Oh, okay. What's the disc you saw? This disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove, lying on the floor. Could this just have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but Mr. McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me that not to say a word about what I seen and heard to no one, about the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me. I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with the knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I live in at, and that he asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. That's right, first there was a kind of a rapid noise. Alright, perfect. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. He must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. That left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. Fellow who went to the name of Beppo, if my memory serves. Beppo! What did Mr. Gilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. Oh, went over. That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up and all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has gotta be worth a few bob. Yeah, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't it? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy with the McGilded flash some brass in his face. He went running off in a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. And the last statement I think we have to pull off. Then you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scrap her if I didn't exactly what he said. Which included some false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never! Said that if I didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposited at Windibank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide it at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let him go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Alright, that's everything, I believe. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the bus, more like a fucking threat. Which concerned this, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over a price, McGilded took what he wanted by force. at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point that this is clearly extremely valuable to in some way. Although I don't understand why it as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after its trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Yeah, something's going on with Gregson and this dude though. That little like whispering shit, nah, something's going on. Mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. All right. See you in a second, YouTube. Hey YouTube, hope you enjoyed that little tiny break. This is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of the Mr. Windibank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious, this is an ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for a playback of this disc, my lord. Here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, spotted at at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the breakmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Well, the court now listens to the curious disc at... Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? Music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it is fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, the piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! Yeah, he's been, like, trying to hide something. Therefore, the delays, please play the disc. Ah, it's Morse code. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No.
It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon. Alright, his name is Ashley Graydon. This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in ways of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could the music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it would be irrelevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound as he is familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. That's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend. Now answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's like Morse code, right? Or I don't know what they call it at this point, but maybe it is Morse code. It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is an unusual genre of music, not supposed to be music. Stop some music box like that. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are to enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, sure you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. It got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno, I'll just examine the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really. Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance than that it is a musical. Jesus. Ah. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. The woman who keeps doing the thing. Yes, it's a familiar sound, actually, Iris. It was just thinking exactly the same thing. We're going to have to press the defense for an answer. Is your assertion that is that the sound produced by the music box is not, in fact, music at all? Then what in the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. Prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now, tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, I'm going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of the music box is today's paper, right? I have to look at. Yeah, and then we turn it around. Turn it around. There's a sensational story lower down on the front page as well. Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice for a 10-year-old. Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. You're looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has a Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment. Okay, so we got that added. Today's paper council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. Ah, no, my lord. Oh, but, whoops. Where's the record? There you go. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me? Sorry, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to a sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leakage telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, please everyone, order! But this is a high treason council deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. Whether sovereign governments confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole the information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbroker illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while the pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. Witness is reminded that the crime under security in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. The heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... You gotta let us have a rabbit and a pork, and porky, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon, who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin, occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Alright. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. We know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. So what you're saying is... Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin? What Mr. do, Governor? What's up? So I take it that you now admit to the crime that on the night of a question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon. We did, Gov, we did! They really don't want to be involved in the government thing. What? What? Quieten? Quieten down? Please, what say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rat getting us mixed up on all this mockery business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, eh, did he? Ugh. Nice to know who your friends are. What do these men say? I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. There you go. Alright. Okay. So in this newspaper headline, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. You must say something, stop. Let me guess. Journal number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idol. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Wait. In any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, must say something. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. He received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Brandon is highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idol. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Okay. Then we gotta go press the second statement, which is this one. They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes. A short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by the music box, you can only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. Sorry, I'm just cleaning my nose. But there's no discernible meaning in this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your hesitation is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Or yeah. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris, I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, give me a second here. So many other things would slot into place so nicely. But there still be something I haven't considered. Would it be really impossible to use the music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that the music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument in infatuation? Is that what he said? In infinitum. I say infatuation. It's already been established that that to be Morse code, 2 noises are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Apparently I gotta look under? Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about the music box. Looks like the bottom is as it opens up as well. Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the other side. So does that mean you could set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Ah. And then what do I do? Present the other side of the camera. Good gracious, what are we looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the music box. The sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code compromises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. The second thing is I don't even know what I just said there. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. But only we had a second disc. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse of a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Okay, moving on a little bit. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. A link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You'll read here your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay. Then we go to 4, right? Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. What? Who else, huh? Silly me thought it was just popping over for another for a natter after all them years. But the writer had a dodgy job for us. Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Well, a sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. I like his little cubby. There's something wrong, Mrs. Skulkin. Eh? No, the other Mrs. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in a fancy whistle and a fluent, you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. When I was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? He was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk one? That was a croaker, eh? Save it until after the trial. You reminiscing has no place in the courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi! This, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And he was answered. Yeah, we ain't doing nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is now prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentiment of the story be relevant somehow? That is the testimony. Yeah. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their the testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A Skulkin's never Skulkin. Milverton and Skulkin milk run. Go them were the days. I fucking press the A button. Yeah. Alright. Mata! I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, finally. Really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Business name. Yeah. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That's it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because it weren't the happiest of homes that that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. Just took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves here? Mm-hmm. You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton then. And is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile. Alright. Statement 3. What was it? McGilded case notes. Iggy Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we know understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded, yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say it's alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Ugh, as I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Ugh. Truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. That's wild. New facts and evidence revealed by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? Are you collaborating with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded? By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? By dint? By dint. Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I should have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. The deal with the deal with McGilded went sour and the Brigmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. Once, one of the discs was seized by the police, and the other was you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbroker. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. The night that Mr. Winbank was killed, the music box was moved. The intruder at the pawnbroker touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article distributed? Or disturbed, my bad. The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, you deny that all of this actually began on the fateful night 2 months ago. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbroker. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, my old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clear I was a fool to think I could trust some common black slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets and negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is As God is my witness, I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show him a hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winnebank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can only rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. There leads to only one conclusion. Mr. Winnebank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winnebank that night is you! I bet he has a hold it. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? Order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial, honestly. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Okay. Nothing would give me a greater pleasure. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winnebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, you have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of the murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I had to go get a package downstairs. Let me just make sure I reset myself here. Alright. Excuse me, sorry. I'm a tiny bit sick, but not like incredibly. Alright, where was I? I lost my track of where I am. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accuser's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestige of blood, that could be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to the true science, not some amateur detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Doesn't it look good, Runa? Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat. They test it with their chemicals. Oh, help. Right, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Jeannie. I'm going to shoot. But that's not Mr. Winnemek's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by the McGilded who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find the blood on the overcoat, Gino will be... Counsel. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Alright. Press every statement. Mr. Windenbeck emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Ash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild man and burglars. That's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. Burger went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it a 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scrapper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Die, Gov. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize that what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windenbeck intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally anyway, Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scraped for the door out back. At which point, what did he do? My nose is like all of a sudden just becoming itchy, and I hate it. I pursued the man, but he shut himself. Oh yeah. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is the storeroom door is a solid job made of stoat wood. There's a small opening in it about a head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. What about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this people as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. The Skulker brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windenbeck take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Oops. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from the Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. This is making no sense, the way he's like really defining the story. Saw the blood splatter? Oh yeah. All over her. Yes, through the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could have proved that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Alright, here you go. Did I hear that correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell onto the floor, she started walking over. Which one's Nash again? This is the last statement, right? As the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor at the side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. No reaction yet. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. Suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. Fucking. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left to clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up. We had a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a blooming mom sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at the gate here. What the fuck happened now? Gentlemen? Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just finally shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, he's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him grab me, Whistle. Why the blazes he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got you down to the station? Why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or the flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes, not hurt, are you? Go blind me, see the way he's looking at me, I'm telling you, this thing gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Cyrus. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Ow, my middle finger. My lord, requesting your leadership's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination shall be put to a halt. I think that's what he said. Hereby temporarily suspended. Yes. Presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. I really can't say anything about it, but yeah. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lesche. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak, isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... Oh my god, my nose. I called it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. Shut up from the peanut gallery. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Ms. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. When you put such a faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer, hauled out Perlzinski to a starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could he say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from the start to finish. How do you arrive to such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. Alright. Don't get me wrong, right? Like, he was there. I get it. He's a quote-unquote witness. But he could also be lying. Like, it's so crazy how much belief he has in this whole testimony. In other words, the testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. And then this idiot fucking goes with it. Until he's like, oh wait, My lord. Been a long battle this one, but this old warehouse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of the moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men. All for one now.
有罪
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 The peanut gallery at its
有
finest.
罪
有罪
有罪
It would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Business consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make in at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Don't believe it after I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me this so fast? Are you being serious right now? This is the one thing I've been kind of like nitpicky on about this game. It's just how easily, like there's so many counter arguments that he could have made that it's like, you're really putting your faith into like what he's saying? Like, you're telling me to prove like actual evidence. How do you know that that coat itself isn't fucking like from 2 months ago as well? Just because he's saying what he quote unquote saw. Like, bro, he was literally lying about his like this whole thing about him being there, his fucking name, his relation to a previous fucking victim. Like, bro, I'm getting tired of this. I feel like they really wanted to elongate this case, and like this is the way that they chose to do it, and it's just so like aggravating and dumb. How very distressing to be held in such a low esteem. Is that our boy Sherlock Holmes? I mean Sherlock Holmes. When do you agree, Mr. Nedahodo? Officer, you delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Sherlock Holmes. Am I going mad? The grand reveal. Mr. Sholmes! But what is the meaning of this? Fuck the stance. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperated in hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set up upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord. I love the fake stash he has on. If you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent as so long already. Exactly, having spent a long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Ah! Very well done, counsel. You have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. But Sholmes, are you alright now? Ha 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 ha! Alright! I'm all wrong! Sir? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make the discussion as short as possible. This place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh, well, the concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. modesty? Surely not. But even enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's this? Or was that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Mr. Sato. From Mr. Sato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mr. Sato foresaw today's event, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. Hate my fucking allergies. There you go. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Leaving a parcel from Sato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, it's a machine I made. Ah. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Sorry. What's Susie up to? Miss Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a jujutsu assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best jujutsu assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever does she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not all cryptic then. Sato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. I'm grateful to you for affording us the brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summonation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. You need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. Alright. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Now that we know what's said. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my court. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I would not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to agitate. What? Adjudication. And is that clear, counsel? You will not press the witness any further, my lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in the dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! Stand so insucculently before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well done, counsel. Are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement and one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down or Iris. I won't waste the final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire case. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Oh, what is the song? Let the song play a little bit. The last item I got. Hey! Yo, she's going crazy! What on earth is that an eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat, Flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of your room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make it a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's like a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to, I'm sure we can all work that out ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene of the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, 3 of us were together, and it recently come to my attention. My assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a people in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the people myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a people in the door. I said as much as in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My sister made the people in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Her assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that the Mr. Great's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of the Mr. Great's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, the filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, the people did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Is there any creative in this? What? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through the solid wood door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap Flapomat creates are all a fixed size. The dimensions of the people at Windibanks are the exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for the Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. And you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for the contraption. In that case, when was the people cut, the prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using the device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Ryu, you need to stop being overdramatic. Please. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Runa. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sada-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people on the door of Minutex store was created after the event, and not before. Gina's picture, right? Present the photograph of Gina. What are you? A print from the detective's Inferno cameras again. My judicial assistant, Mr. Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print council. This print, yeah, you can see it right there, shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant enters the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see the print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed a crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claims beyond a reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious. I don't even know. Fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. Excuse me. Our learned friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No! Don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definite proof that he is culprit. Though he can't worm his way out of it. And now, Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Sorry. Well, blah, 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 blah. Well, no matter who said it first. Sorry, I'm like having a moment, like, I don't know why I can't read. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court, explain his alleged inconsistency? Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in its witness statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present in Miss Lestrange's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how would you possibly have known? Obviously, because I saw her do it right through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat caught your tongue, witness? The people in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been in Windibanks consistently, carrying out their investigations. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we could get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed a crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Can I have a word, please, Lord Manzeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to the testimony, so if it's the same to you, permission denied. Oh. Not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of the people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. The defense believes that the details about this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that couldn't be. Who's the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness the details of the crime scene to felicitate his false testimony? The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me. You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our 1 hour long recess. Well, the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. The only person who with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away detail of our investigations to this fella, I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case, had you forgotten that? Quite true, I had a number of questions regarding the events transpired at the pawnbrokery, which means The first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such elect discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. I just remember something, Runa. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that time! When they were both like whispering to each other. Remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. Would have been possible if for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed. You little toe rag, you're making it all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, and it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I don't need blah blah blah. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of the diabolical claim. Evidence? Because what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. Then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. The missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Must press you for the answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal the Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Music box disc. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that that this other top secret case is what's alluded in is what's alluded in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How in the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that that encoded on the pair of discs there were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the disc containing the secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Marta's word, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Yeah. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has a second that's actually on his person. The defense demands that this inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jeannie was testifying before. Investigator hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit the body search. What? He's going to do it. I presume you're aware of the principice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just starting Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you the final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Yes, the defense formally demands to be the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot waters this time. Perhaps the lesson will do some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Didn't I put the second option? Very well then. Bailiff? The defense demands a search, but not on the Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost at it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Higiari! Be quiet, all of you. when he was doing what you all told him to do and having the courage up to his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc. Who has that disc at the moment? There's only one person it could be. Counsel, of whom do you request a search for now? Nash, right? Because he was the one who were like shaking him. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Hey, blimey! Me! Him! Farewell then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to this search. Unfortunate for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the offense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness pocket. Found this. The second disc. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Mannix McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah! We're coming close to the end of the trial. Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was the man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. Ah. It was, yes, during my cross-examination on Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance a second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it and all. Thought my noggin was gonna fall clean off. I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother. I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole. He did, but he's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. Looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it, you. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? It is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. I My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked in the ministry. It was and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Hush hush. Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed to court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you at the alleged deal? Admit to it, yours surely, please. Mr. Graydon. Clear our instant visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? And I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so send it to me accordingly. But that is all I'd admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? This man has been playing like, I'm innocent, I swear. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? That is the judge of the jury. As a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. It's quite a quandary, indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness, that word, in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final learnings. Well now, fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, currently in presence of idol. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. The six jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson. They declare this decision now. Is Jeannie going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. There's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole the government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Okay. Well done, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decision, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus further presented to the court. But the judge called the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Choose option 2 or 3. Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. It says Inspector Gregson or Ashley Graydon. Okay, then either the small music box or music box this. Okay. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. See, it looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence that to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Small music box, right? Okay. Is that Mr. McGillicuddy's peculiar music box console? Yes. With a disc already in place ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, the disc console. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of the Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Kind of loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit to the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let the secret information out in public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by the music box. Come on, Van Zeke. For Pete's sake, stop him! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music boxes and set of operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, both displays simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakably now, it's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut the blooming box off! Caught in the act. Gregson, you sly dog. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish this witness with confidential case details in exchange for the music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in this stand together. That's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. More information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstance. They accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendants wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to felicitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with an inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank. You. Oh shit, he broke it. Traitor! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! It's over. Oh my god. That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from the hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? So I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in the squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are, and money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was stealing the minister's telegraphic messages logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As it was responsible for inspections of the minister's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy is this to come? But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother just divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker apprentice. Imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. We've got some work for you, Father. I need some music boxes made. Music boxes, huh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2-disc. Thereby splitting the information in two, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then he, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you will let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." He was a caring father, that was for sure. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that disc was taken from him and he never returned home. It was only then I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name to exact revenge. Revenge? Was it you? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice on his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. Walked into the hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I had made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements. 2 months ago, I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. He's the one who set him on fire, or set the omnibus on fire. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. You know what? Respectfully. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. The policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate this trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on the one-way journey to hell. He did the
Michael! Michael, you can't leave me here!
An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. You know what? Respect to the relationship he got with his father in the end, though. Like, I could see what he was going for. You know, like, it all started with him wanting money, and then, like, I think over time he was changing, because it was like he met his father, and he saw how, like, it didn't break him, in the sense of, like, you know, like he was always in poverty, and it never, like, really disturbed the man. He was just, you know, living his life as much as he could in that time. And he's like, damn, my dad is, like, tough. Like, I'm still struggling with, like, just the memory of being in poverty before. And then he's like, you know what? All right, I got a way to make money. Whatever, I'll give him some of the money. And even then, the dad was like, I'll do anything for you, son, because I love you. Like, obviously he didn't say I love you, but he, like, really cared for him. That he's like, oh yeah, I can make you this real quick. And then, you know, he's like, all right, you're getting a little suspicious with, like, doing this, because it doesn't feel like, you know, correct or right. And he's like, let me handle it. I'll do it. Then McGilda killed him. And he's like, oh hell no. And he's like, I can't. I just rekindled with my father. I can't do this. Therefore, right after, he killed him in revenge for his father, which is kind of sweet. Like, yes, it's not the right thing to do, but then, you know, he did it for his dad in the end. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious the second disc which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbroker, eh? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. Ye can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in the pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, and so it will. I have never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. And then he's explaining the whole situation with him. I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbroker somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met, you at Windybank's that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybank's to redeem the articles. And unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in this pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation in the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. Murders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So, I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbroker I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelf of forfeited articles. The second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. And then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night just in case. At least he's admitted to everything. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo ever realized that, what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on the wretched night. I'm glad he kind of told everything that happened and all the events that could, like, connect to everything here. Because it really would just be like, why the fuck would you do all this? Earlier called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Money fucks people up, you know? Especially if you lived in a terrible time. Once someone comes into money right away, they kind of do become a little bit corrupt, depending how, like, they see it, you know? It could be, depends on also how you were raised when you're in the poverty time. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashton Grayden? He's been restrained, my lord, and he's being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with murder for Mr. Windibank and stealing the government secrets. Very good. You, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing it so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah. It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready for Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garadab Squadron standing by, sir. This is it really now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare the final decision to the court.
Muzai.
無罪無罪
Bunch of sheeps.
無罪
I wonder if he's gonna get involved in the next game. I feel like he will. I hope the Skulkin brothers come back, because I do like them a little bit. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure it would come out on top of the Wawa there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me for like that? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbroker, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property exchange. Never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jeannie this evening. Turning out our tender to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord, the prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit it to what he done so. If I may say something on that point, isn't that it's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if it was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, it sounds produced by the two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain Mitchell's secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, I have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade? Yeah, my lord. Which you have seen today here in the courtroom have been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of poverty. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I really look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of the Mr. Pop Winterbank, perpetrator of the pawnbroker business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. That's cute. That is all. Court is adjourned. Woo! What a doozy of a trial, man. That shit went on. Oh, here we are. Just us two. What's up, man, Zeeks? On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh. Despite being an Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice of that festered within the Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging characters, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did. When I encountered you the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from the service 5 years ago gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Alright, you don't need to break the glass. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. It's interesting the dynamic that these two get to. And like the more deeper how Van Zieks was. Done, it's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. Knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in the trial 2 months ago. Chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left me a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make it a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see Ryunosuke. Defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After the experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. I'm living up to your expectations. I am turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be. Pardon the interruption. There he is. What the deuce does a man have to do and to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two baubles of a doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. I'm very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was the fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, and true. It's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold, not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hands off of my neck, please, Mr. Jones? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in the trial with a particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Jones, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. But of course I pay no attention to such irrational dribble myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper is a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like the Bog Trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. Suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest already. As I was saying, congratulations are in order. And news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for the skies. I was hiding in the room dressed as a bailiff. And these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you into trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Jeannie tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently, and all dumb offenses. What was it again? Breaking an entry, taking the Bog Trotter stuff, what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, it has gotten me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Jeannie, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. Prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo. Yes. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase, to missing from the vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Genie. Right, I see. Well... Huh. Thanks, Odo. Haha. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. That's cute. Not at all, in fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. I hope Gina comes in the next game. I hope she's, like, involved in some way. Like, she works, like, in doing something and, like, we have her with us for, like, I guess a trial. That was sweet. Oh, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Setting it up. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot I brought a paper outside. The special edition in this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets and innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You'd have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like to, the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright, then maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that's a good news indeed. We can journey back to greater comfort. Alright then what's the bad news? A huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it to time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. What do you think I am, Mr. Nuttoldo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know the fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of the number of rail transport directors of Foibos. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid out the locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Off we go. Is this like an anime cutscene or? Oh no, we're like right here. Oh, AM. I was like, what? That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Oh. That took somewhat longer than anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Minnesota, where are you? Over there. Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. Minnesota, wait! What are you doing? She's like, nothing. Mr. Nuttoldo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me. How did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was the Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law, you, Susato-san. Would it be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato-san? I said on by accident. I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Bruno's armband. Yeah, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it that you didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cap flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really. And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Sholmes. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think the door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door, and at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapomat to make the people in the door. As captured in the photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first importance of that point. Precisely when that people was made, the information would prove that Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. When I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. Remember the trial 2 months ago earlier, trial of Magnus McGilden. Thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. We were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be a very thing. Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal wouldn't know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, it wasn't not. Ah, a trap. Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew that at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything from before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If you had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mrs. Sato. Truth is, when it happened, I did it because... Oh my god. I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that, in the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets. Just date each other! Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lester's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music boxes contain secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph! What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow, I'm quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. S-O-G. Sogi. What? Oh, that can't be the real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Huh? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to intercept it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. Something occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just an English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added a Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you insane? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever it is a long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Sato-san's name, or face. There is no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code, so the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi, Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on the disc? Second is A Shin. Shin. I don't recognize that name. The third is T Gurigusan. Oh, Gregson. It would be Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in secret government communication as well? The last name. What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? Hi, Nico. John H. Wilson, you mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Am I too late? You're like at the end of everything. Then after the 4 names it reads, it's, if I translate from Japanese, that it's all 4. That's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down. What you noted down, Iris. We. I mean, I didn't know you were here, first of all, so don't be coming at me with that bullshit. Fucking know your place. I just want to know what reaction you had to that slide. I want to know what was your face. I was gonna say, how did you know I was Hispanic? I was like, I probably mentioned it. It's been like 3 years now. Just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought? Call Sly a good boy? No. Those discs contain Japanese Morse code, not to mention the strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. Should have texted there by accident. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind of between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runa were come from. Oh, well... no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, I'm just saying, if it's from both of us, yes, he's not really gonna like it. But if it's from, like, a girl he's interested in, hear me out. I'm just saying, if a goth baddie was to come to me and just be like, you're a good boy, like, you know, in like a seductive way, I'm on the floor. I'm on the floor already, like, oh, fuck. Not even a goth bad bitch tell me that will make me feel good. You don't know the pleasures, Sly. The pleasures. You're missing out, man. I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Funny enough, I don't. I am... In relationships, I'm more of the Dom one. That's all I'm saying. I was like, don't go deeper. I was like, I'm the Dom one. There you go. Ew, no, stop, please, Sly. Never say that again. Look at what you wrote and repeat it to yourself. Like, say it like if you were talking to you, saying that to you. You are completely out of line. I have almost the decent... I'm about to fucking time you out. That's how bad it is. Well, we can't tell Iris about that now. We can't just yet. Omegaverse. This is so strange. Somehow, solving the case of Mr. Winterberg's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder that perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. No one understands me. You did. That is true. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on the steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you safe passage, Mr. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, Please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. I promise a promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. YouTube, just so you know, they're having like a full-blown argument on chat right now. Both Nico and Sly, and I'm just decided to ignore them. Because, literally, I'm just done with them. Well, I'm done with Sly. Nico is like... I'm like... In case she's asking me something, I'll be like, alright. Yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Unless she starts being outlandish, then that's where I'll start ignoring. Yes, of course. On the SS Bureau, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with Chisato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away. Straight away. And you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Sato. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Very well then. I need these two to fucking date. I need these two to end up together. Cutscene! Anime cutscene. Everyone shut the fuck up.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たよう
That
な
was
気が
cute.
する
I love that the cat is just with them. They need to animate this, bro. I'm telling you.
僕は弁護士になって異国の町で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろうでもどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がする
Hell yeah, Herlock Sholmes. The violin plays.
だって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
Alright, YouTube. Now Nico's decided to just talk nonsense. Now I'll ignore her for sure. So now I'm ignoring both of them. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous, see? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word of you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the ones he'll use here. Then, I really must say... Higeyari! Oh, yeah. What a great fucking, game for the first game. Yeah, shoot Takumi. Good stuff. The following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. No, I had ordered them all myself. So I'd advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance by comparison. Good art design. Good character art designs. Ah, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. And I'm this busy. Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks an overstatement for some dry toast. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. What a good fucking game. We got one more. Sly, can you believe it? I'm literally on the final game now. When is your testimony? It's riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, Haido Nosa knows his father and, innocent man. Okay. Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Like, honestly, like, when did I start this? Like, 2023? Like, I know it's September 2023. I haven't delivered the Russian dancer to shore Shanghai. Yeah. But last night, I apprehended the extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. And bring some kittens on board, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. It was September. No, that's when I started doing my VTuber stuff. When I still had Cam, it was during Danganronpa. Scientific investigation would be the gold. I dream of the world governed by the tenets of the... I believe that's for sure when I started. 2023. Yeah. It's so crazy. The 21st, was it 21st? I have no recollection knowledge anymore because since I had to remove all of them from Twitch and move it onto to YouTube, a lot of the dates are now just all over the place. I'm not even reading this anymore. I'm just reading it in my head. I've done enough reading. I got more reading later this week. Me and you met in October of 2023, so he started it before we met. Sounds about right. Yeah, by the time Nico you started coming onto streams, you were that's when I was definitely like doing more VTuber stuff. Like I was like just VTuber overall. And to this day I love it and do not regret ever removing cam. I don't mind if like you see my face. Like on older VODs that I have are definitely, you know, where I have like my cams and stuff. Especially the Danganronpa VODs, which I really enjoy. But I also kind of want to redo. Will I do the voices again if I do Danganronpa? I don't think so. But like I was saying, like, yeah, like, I didn't do it on the 21st. I did it before the 21st. Because I think there was a post, or not a post. I think there was a stream for it with that saying in it. I know there was a Miles Edgeworth game. I think the second Miles Edgeworth game that I played it was in that September. So we did a whole year already, and that was on like the Miles Edgeworth games. So we weren't even like truly halfway through yet, which is crazy. But I enjoyed the shit out of these games. This was a really great series. And we got one more to do, which is The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. But, yeah. But like I was saying, yeah, like, I didn't mind transitioning from having Facecam into doing VTuber stuff. Because I enjoyed a lot of, like, VTubers, and I really wanted to be a VTuber myself. And just when talking with Coffee He's the one who brought up the like the application itself. And that's how I started getting the VTuber stuff. Look at JoJo posing out here, bro. He's still doing it. They haven't revealed the voice actors, right? They've only been doing the other credits. Past 6 months have been painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. It's this game. This was the game he rated me on, I think on the second stream I did for this game. If they showed the VAs in this, I hope so. I love this photo. I love this photo so fucking much. I love all four of their relationships. They didn't put the voice actors on this. That's crazy. I mean, it's probably in the credits that you could look into, but yeah. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh, is this the extra credits? Full body? Oh, I love this. Oh, this is dope. Oh, here you go, Mark Oda. That's the English VA who did for Ryu. Great dude. Love that he rated me. I think second stream, I believe. Yeah, these are the English VAs, I think. It was the second or third, one of them. Yeah. In memory of Kazuma Asogi. Literally only known him for like a trial and like a part. That's it. I forgot what case we were doing. I think it was the first case where we were doing the trial. Maybe, I don't know. Nah, but I love this. This was a really great game, and I can't wait for You knew him? I know of him! There he goes. I like the song. It's a somber version of, I think, the main theme. Ryunosuke continues onward in memory of Asogi Kazuma. I like that Ryunosuke actually has the sword of Asogi with him at all times, just to have him with him, and he has the armband too to remember him. Why does the man have like oversized outfit? Mr. McGilda, you fucking dickhead. Thank you to the localization team, because this game was Japan exclusive. When this game came out, it was for the 3DS, but it was only Japan exclusive 3DS. So for the localization team, great work. I don't think there was too many issues with like text or anything like that. Like that kind of like was really like no, you know, whatever. But I'm glad they were there. They really made this game happen. He had fucking the sandals on? I can't believe he had the sandals on this entire time. Look at Iris. I wonder if Holmes coming into this. Yay, she's gonna walk with us. I love Iris. She's such a funny character. She's very cute. Van Zeeks. The man, the myth, the legend, bro. The Skulkin brothers. There's Gina. Consumer Game Sales Department. I want to see if there's anything extra at the end of this. I think I could skip it, but I'd rather not in case it skips like the ending cutscene as well, but yeah. But once we're done with this, I call it a stream. Oh, and I'll tell the schedule too, before I forget. There you go. Capcom. Capcom has its ups and downs, man. They like focus on what games they want to focus on, and some games they don't. I love that. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Fiend. Maybe I could get into the schedule right now. So, obviously finishing up. Ooh. Fleeting Farewell for completion of episode 5 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Good picture. In memory. Anything else? Alright, here you go. Oh, that's cute, like, ending portion. So yes. Let me now tell the schedule. So, what's coming up this whole week, right? We just did the Great Ace Attorney. We finished the first game of it. Tomorrow, we're doing some more hack. I don't know if I'm close to the end. I don't know what I actually have to do currently. I don't know if I skipped out on a dungeon that I was supposed to do off screen and I just forgot. But if not, I'll just either do it on stream or I can save it again. Sorry, I'm like trying to think. So that's tomorrow for hack. Friday, we got more Pokemon as Dragon type trainer, as well as might be the final stream to Pokemon Sword and Shield. I think. I don't know, because we haven't gotten to the deeper story part of it, which we're getting around to, I believe. But there's that, right? So might finish the game on Friday for Sword and Shield, and then Saturday more 100 line. You could believe it. There's more 100 line. Awesome. But I'm gonna say this right now. Next week, what's coming up, I will not be available because I will be going on my way to Florida to go to the to Invicta's wedding that's happening on that weekend. So I won't be available for that entire week to do a stream. I was debating on maybe doing a stream the day before I leave, or something of like the sorts, right? I'll figure out what I'm gonna do if I do a stream or not. But there you go. No. Then there's... So, that whole week I will not have a stream. The following week in June, the second week of June, maybe I'll start the Great Ace Attorney. I'm still debating on it. The reason I'm saying maybe is kind of I want to take a break. I'll see how I feel after a week break of like not doing a stream, and then we'll see how like that plays out. So, after a week, we'll continue the Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. That's the second game's name, which is right here. Resolve. Which this would be where we're going for. But where was I? Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. But then, yes, we'll continue with Hack again on that Thursday, the next Thursday. Friday, maybe the start of Scarlet and Violet, also doing the same situation where, you know, typings. And then Friday, some more 100 line, I can only assume, because of what happened last week. Hey, Nico, Sly, if you want to know what the fuck is going on 100 line, watch the last stream. It's 10 hours long. Skip it over time just to get the lore, but fuck, the shit hit the fan crazily on the fucking endpoint. It is insane what happens, and the reason why it continues. You are not a real fan. Nah, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I would not, like, I would say, like, just skim it. Honestly speaking, just skim through it. Don't actually watch all 10 hours. If you want to just catch up. Down the drain. Yeah, you don't watch my content, that's it, it's over. Nah, I'm kidding. You're a dedicated man. Mods ban this man. Somehow bans yourself. That would be crazy if you could ban yourself. Don't do it if you can, but it would be crazy. But where was I? Right, so that's what's happening with the schedule. I'll probably most likely reiterate everything again tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday about what the schedule is going to be for next week, and the week after that, so on and so forth. But yes, YouTube, if you watch all the way to the end point, I appreciate it, because these are really long streams. Especially the Great Ace Attorney ones, because I make every episode be a whole episode together. So I'm sorry if, you know, it being a long stream isn't the go-to, but if you do enjoy the longer streams, I appreciate it nonetheless. But I will be taking a break from the Great Ace Attorney, at least like a week, and see how I feel after that. If not, I would like to figure out when it happens. But other than that, I will call it here. Sly, Nico, I appreciate you guys dropping in. I know you guys got around like the end of the whole episode and everything, but I still appreciate it nonetheless. Anyone else who just dropped by, chilled out, lurked on Twitch, I always appreciate it. YouTube, if you watched all the way to this end of this entire fucking whole thing, I appreciate it a lot, considering I added everything together in one. But I'm gonna call it here, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow for some hack. Bye. Jenny.